Okay, I'd like to call today's finance meeting, October 15th, 2025 to order. It is 4:35. Note that all 5 members are present or online. First up under business is the budget. At this time, I'd like to relinquish my chair spot and award to Mr. Smith at this time.
Okay, we have three main areas we're going to be reviewing tonight after a very productive night on Monday. We're going to be starting with the health budgets, which there are several. The first one is the taxpayer supported public health budget, and that's on page 19 in the general budget in our book. So I'll mention just a couple of things. One is what we did on Monday worked very well, and so we have a number of representatives here from the different departments who will be excellent for resources, answering questions as they arise, and so forth, which we'll avail ourselves of whenever that is appropriate. Mostly what we'll do is we'll simply go line by line through these budgets. When there are questions or specific points that are eager for us to discuss and consider, we'll take a look at those. Many of these are not going to be line items for which there are questions, and we'll simply move through the broader budget, addressing only those which are of specific interest. So, starting with the health budget, health department, page 19. Does anybody have any questions or any line items that you would like to bring up?
I just wanted to remark, Mr. Stevens has a calculation under each of the different areas in regards to the non-compensation percent increase. And for the health department for this fund, it is a 0% increase. And so I just wanted to remark on that, and that does make things much easier. So I appreciate that.
Okay, any questions on the tax levy health budget?
Yeah, Alderperson Smith, if I could, with Ken.
Go ahead, Ken.
All right, under the part-time salaries, it looks like our request was 50,000, and our mayor put it down to 41,000. But where was the savings arrived at to bring that down? I know Carol's very cooperative on helping with areas of budgeting, but and I know a lot of her revenue is offset in a way that doesn't impact on our levy because of her way of bringing in revenues to complement the needs of her budget. But where's the 9,000 difference, and how was that? What was that change? How did that arise?
Okay, your question is in relationship to a proposed change the mayor made, so I'm going to refer that question to him. The questions about the request for 50,000+ and the reduction down to 41+.
Took at the estimate from 2025 and looked at this request and just cut down the hours a little bit.
Okay, that's how the difference between those two columns came to be. Carol, anything you have to mention about that reduction, that line item?
I would just say that I didn't have a request for part-time salaries because when we submitted our budgets, we didn't submit any personnel expenses with that. So I am unsure where the 50,000 came from. We worked with the treasurer on positions and percentage of positions for that line item.
Okay,
right,
so
thank
as
you.
far as you know, the 41,000 is adequate for the health, part-time salary?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
any follow-up? Okay, that's it, Ken, Jonathan?
I had a similar question, too, because the budget request didn't have salaries piece on it. But we're seeing a jump here, of about 10% from 25 to 26 for the salaries, and on the part-time, it is that larger amount. So,
None of the departments presented numbers for their wages this year because I did not have an answer from finance as to which way we were going. So the approach and direction that I provided to all departments is don't worry about putting your numbers in because there's no basis for those numbers. And so instead, this year, all of those numbers came from finance in the last 2 weeks of our process. And also that's why you won't see repeatedly, it's not just in the health area, but all departments, for the most part, didn't put any numbers in for their budgets, because those numbers originate from us. We give them to the departments, they regurgitate them back to us to put them into the budget proposals that you typically see, but that step didn't happen this year.
I guess I'm still struggling with what is behind the number. Is this because we are going into a new pay scale?
Yes.
This just disproportionately affects health.
Yes, yes. In particular, the RNs in that department were considerably under market. Yes.
Okay, any other questions relating to the health budget?
I have none.
There are no more questions. Are there any motions in relationship to possible change? If not, then we'll move on to the other health budgets, which will begin with the environmental health budget, which is on page 74.
So I'll pose a question that I have for Mr. Stevens and for Carol. For the capital outlay in the supporting documents that we got from the department, the amount was only 15,000. So I asked, why is it 145,000? And I'll let you all relate the answer to that.
Sure. As you are aware, a parcel of property was approved to have purchased that was adjacent to the parking lot of the health department. And the desire of the department is to erect a building, a drive-through / storage building in that location. The total of the building is estimated to be $220,000. And it's coming from 2 sets of money. So both this account that we're looking at, Fund 14, and then when we get to Fund 15, it will also be over there. So it's about $220,000 total. 90 is going to come from the other account. 130 is coming from this account's fund balance. So when we get again to the other account, you'll see that money is going to actually be coming in, anticipated from DHS ARPA funds to help afford the 90,000. And this is the other portion of that, the 130 that is impacting fund balance. That's the addition for, but was originally placed as 15,000, which is for computers. And then the add of 130 totaling the 145 that you now see on the sheet.
But the fund balance is fairly healthy and able to accommodate that amount. That's what
I
I'm
would
saying.
agree, yeah. 495 after this year, maybe 410,000, but still inadequate for the purchase of the building.
Okay, any other questions? I'd like to just mention a couple of things because throughout the course of the evening, I'm going to be bringing up issues relating to fund balances in different budgets. And this one, thanks to this last, issue we've been discussing, we have, a good idea about why there is the, pending fund balance change. But in, the preceding year, there was a $85,000 deficit. Assuming this one is the 275, then we're going to be substantially reduced. I guess I'd like to ask Carol, how do you see the funding for this budget over the coming years and the status of the diminished fund balance after this year?
So over the history of this account, we've always been able to maintain a healthy fund balance. We have bigger purchases when both the funds are available and the need exists. Mostly in the past, we used some of this fund when we remodeled our building in 2013 and when we purchased vehicles, but we paced that out. And this fund in particular, we estimate revenue based on what we know. We know how many licenses we have. We know exactly how much money will absolutely be coming in. But every year we far exceed that revenue because of a variety of different, things that happen in the industry, a change of operator, that's additional revenue for a new license, but those are not known numbers. And we could look at trends and include that in our revenue accounts, but we haven't. We've always seen a healthy, increase in revenue, far exceeding what we estimate in our budget.
Okay. With the 3 consecutive years of substantial reductions of the fund balance and maybe something in the order of 135,000 left, you see that fund balance as sufficient for this budget as we move into future years?
Yes. So last year we stood up the water lab and we didn't have revenue last year. This is the first year we're seeing revenue from that. So last year it was the water lab where that is why we had we dipped into the fund balance. This year, again, that 84,000 and change is an estimate. I'm quite confident the deficit won't be that high. But that was based on June numbers.
Okay. Does anybody have any proposed changes for this environmental budget?
I do have a question. The revenue proposed from the water lab is 15,000, and then the water lab supplies and their expenses is 15,000. So will there be any revenue?
This is our first year. Yeah. Yes, we're watching that very closely.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think what I'm hearing is, the solution to increase fund balance into the future is holding off on major purchases for a while.
Mhm. Which we do.
Right.
We're very conservative little department. Yeah.
Okay, anything else on this budget? If not, we'll move to the next health department budget, which is the health emergency preparedness budget. That's on page 76 in the budget binder.
So I'll jump right in to talk about then the other part of the building. So you see on the revenues, 1542.92.20 as building project, and that would be the revenue side of anticipated funds coming from another government agency. And then down below at the bottom of the page, the capital outlay -60 accounts of that same $90,000 to afford then that part of the building.
Okay. And on this fund balance, we're anticipating that there will be a increase this year. And a healthy fund balance, besides. Anything relating to this budget? More questions? Anybody have more motions to make relating to this? Okay, move on to the last health department budget. That's, Steal a Smile. And that's page 82. Okay, pretty small budget, but any questions on this one? I have just a quick one relating to the fund balance. There's very little change in what's substantially, smaller budget than the other ones we were looking at. But there's still a $48,000 anticipated, fund balance. Where did that originate?
So you might have been on my board, the Board of Health, when we first started this program, and we received a significant startup fund to get this program going. We had significant equipment purchases with that startup, and we are still using that equipment. We're maintaining it, but there will be a time in the near future, I would expect, that we'll need to replace that very expensive equipment, because we've been using that same equipment from the beginning. So again, just like the other funds where I have fund balances, we manage that fund balance and manage the needs of the program so that we have funds to make sure that we're able to operate that program.
Okay, any other questions or motions for the Steal a Smile budget?
No question.
Okay, that completes the health department review. You win
Thank you.
early up the bat, early departure.
Thank you.
And now going back to, page 19 where we were before, the Humane Society. Sure. Big budget here,
I have no question.
one line.
I assume that, will that contract come before us?
It's under negotiation at this point.
Okay, then we're gonna be moving to the broader category of public safety. I'm gonna start with, the municipal building, which is on page 11 in the budget.
Do we need to do the letter C?
I didn't have an agenda. Let's say. In the services, I'm not
I
sure
think that was just.
what that is.
that was the only one.
What is, agenda item B, which is,
Humane Society, what we just talked about.
what we're doing
The
now?
Humane Society, that's all.
Okay,
That's what B is.
Yeah.
It's just a single item.
So I think we're on C.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything yet about the Humane Society giving any updates yet, so. We can as soon as we know something.
so, okay, I'm moving off of the, the order of the, items were considered tonight, and they're showing up on our agenda in a different order.
No, it's the same order. I just put this letter C in here as a precursor to the letter D conversations.
I think it just has to do with, there was a memo, from the fire chief about the start date, requested start date.
Okay,
So it's just it's an input towards letter D.
It's actually on the back of this sheet, you can see the memo.
okay. Well, apparently.
Fred, you want me to read it? So-
This,
Paper's online, I could read it so Zach knows what it says.
okay, you can go ahead and
Okay.
do that. I am without any of the emails that have gone out in the last week or so.
Okay.
So.
All right, background from Chief Rainen. There are strong justifications and support for adding the Deputy Chief Fire Marshal position in 2026. The mayor's budget includes this position with funding beginning March 1st, 2026. While I greatly appreciate this support, we encourage consideration of an early January start date. This will allow the position to oversee the full year's work from the outset, ensuring consistency and a more comprehensive approach. Fire Department's 2% dues budget has sufficient unspent funds from prior years to cover the additional wages and benefits for the January through March period. This is an allowable use of those funds under program guidelines. Budget goal maintains a safe and healthy community with an eye toward future needs and trends. There is no additional impact on General Fund 1 budget in 2026 with this adjusted start date. Recommendation, adjust the Deputy Chief Fire Marshal position to start the first pay period in January 2026. Fire Department 2% dues will fund $20,000 annually, and in 2026, an additional sum to allow for an early January 2026 start date. Okay, that's for the paper.
I have a point for clarification. In our budget, it says fire marshal total compensation costs, $20,000, 10% dues with a start date of 3/1. So you are contributing $20,000 from the dues to get to 3/1. And then are you suggesting contributing 20,000 more from the dues to get to January?
So what the intent is that it would be 20,000 annually from the 2% dues fund to this position, and then for the startup year to get us starting in January, it would be that additional 20,000 or 18, depending on when he starts, or the person starts. We have reserve funds available and the 2% dues to cover that, so it would be $40,000 total out of 2% dues this year.
Okay, so what I
She's
understand,
taking up the tab for January and February in its entirety.
Yes.
and then what I'm understanding you to say is a commitment to use $20,000 worth of 2% dues annually into perpetuity?
Yes.
Lest you believe her to be
Yes,
nice about that.
she has to.
Inspectors' wages have been charged to that account.
Fine.
That was helpful.
Sorry.
So,
We pay for a lot of things out of that account.
okay, well, that's helpful.
Yeah, so it would be replacing, I mean, with this person, we'd be replacing the inspector wages that currently have been charged to that same account.
So, and we're thinking it'll be in the neighborhood of $20,000, give or take, as to when you get someone hired.
Yeah.
From January. Okay,
Well, there's a specific amount on the requests, is that the not all we're trying to fill?
I didn't know the start date of when the person would start, so I didn't want to put an exact amount of what the tab would be from the start date, so the extra. But I would pick up the difference.
What we have incorporated in the green bar is a start date as listed of March 1.
Yep.
Tanya is suggesting that she could come up with sums of money from a different fund to afford an earlier start date somewhere between February 28th back to January.
My last thing before I proper and work on this would be. This will essentially kind of against our expenditure restraint.
Not the 108 that you see here is included in the ERP calc. The $20,000 on a normal year will not be ever. Okay, because that's not on this page, it's in a different fund. And her request to fund the additional sum of some part of January, February would also not be part of ERP because it would be out of Fund 25.
So, okay,
It would impact the future year. But it's gonna impact the future year no matter what. We're not gonna hire somebody for 10 months every year.
So are we only impacting 24, 58, 11, and 05 then? That's the only number that changes? Or do we have other?
Yes.
So I don't understand on the agenda that we have here. C appears to be a acknowledgement of the letter relating to this position from the chief and a discussion of the start date, but then the fire budget as a whole is the D. So we're doing them differently.
Just because this came in as an insert from the department ahead of time. So it was a way for you to be able to see it ahead of the meeting. That's all.
To write a memo. So it is.
Okay.
and it,
Yes, I understand that, but what I'm wondering is, do we have C here for action or is it for information and then we move
Information.
on to D?
Information only.
Okay,
Yeah, it just says a review and discuss. No action is listed.
But D is action.
Yes.
okay, so I'm gonna try to go by this new, the agenda here.
we'll share.
And so if there's nothing else under the informational aspect of item C, we're gonna move to D. And that's gonna take us to the police department budget, which is on page 15. Okay, so, under the budget that is, covering the police department, there are some issues in the budget here which are annotated for purposes of us understanding changes made by the mayor. There was a substantial reduction in the maintenance contracts, which is line item 521120. And a movement of $10,000 from the training account 521156 with a $10,000 movement into Fund 24. Most of the other changes are very small or were just requests that were not accepted. So does anybody have anything that you would like to ask? The one thing I would mention is that both the previously discussed position of the in the fire department and the anticipated addition of the police captain had identical proposed start dates, which was March 1st. There's about 20. There's about a $23,000 difference between what is currently proposed in the budget and the full cost for year beginning January 1st for the captain's position. And I don't anticipate there's going to be, a lot of discussion. I mentioned at our meeting on Monday that it was my intent to try to bring the captain position back to January first for a start. And that comes with, the $23,000, and a bit more. And so, I think that's something that, I would make as a motion that we, authorize a start date of January first for that captain position, which would, move back to the amount that was originally requested, the $137,769.
$23,421, I believe.
Okay, so the 20,
$23,421. Does the math right, is how much more it would cost.
okay. So then the motion would entail a cost of that amount, 23,421. And the, purpose of that increase would be to allow the starting of that, hire to be January 1st. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Yes.
I don't know that I can necessarily support this right now, but I would like to suggest this is one of the items that we go back and look at was when we star things. So if, as an item to look at, as something to return to when we go back to the list, I would like to include this one.
So I'm not sure what you're suggesting, not acting on this now, or what is?
I am suggesting not acting on this now and putting this into the pile of essentially the return to items that we started yesterday. Part of my reasoning for doing so is that we have the 23,000 in terms, okay, I'm sorry, I take that back. This is total compensation. We do have the 23,000. As total compensation, so I was about to say that, we might need another round, but you already did that for us, thank you. We have the 23,000, I just don't know if we have the 23,000 ready to get in the budget.
Well, we cut more than 23,000 on Monday.
Yes. Because I'm fully aware of that, but I don't want to commit this on yet.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is you want to see where the dust settles when we're all the way through. Let's see where we are in regards to expenditure restraint, where we are with spending, and see what that money would allow. I think I'm with you, Mr. Ramsey, at this point.
So then what that would be is that the motion would be as stated, but there would be a deferral of the actual vote until some future point, probably Monday.
You're gonna have to vote on that now, though.
Is that?
You'll have to vote yes or no on that.
Yeah.
Right, I think we would, but I'm just trying to clarify the motion and the way we'd be proceeding.
I think we could just vote on your motion, and then Mr. Lampy could make a motion to return to this vote. I don't know. I mean, we haven't been doing that.
We didn't do
Yeah,
that
it's
on
gonna
any
revisit
of the cuts on Monday.
Okay. I think we should just vote on your motion.
Um,
For now.
So if there's any other
The person-
discussion,
Yeah,
Hang on.
Alderperson Smith,
Mr.
if I could. Yeah, I just want to make the comment, I typically side with your view on things where I can, but I look at the impact on transit and other areas where we're making cuts that are going to impact on services. I want to help. I didn't hear the rationale entirely on why it's justified to start in January versus March. If we have a tough budget and if we're going to save 23 or 4,000 and all the other areas where we've made adjustments that are going to impact on service, give me the rationale why it's so important to start that in January in your eyes.
well, my view is that if it's a position that is worth starting, at the beginning of a third month into a year, and be funded for 10 months, then it's a sufficiently important position to do our best to try to bring about a start date for the entire budget year. And that's what this motion would do, allow a start date of January 1st.
And I would say right now that, what Alderperson, Lampy has made the case for is that, it may have merit later on if we find through our plus and minus in our, discussions at the finance committee, if we can find the 23 or 4,000 to justify January, then I'd be on board with it. But with, some of the impact that we're having in other budgets, I'm sensitive to, the fact that, there's been some agreement between the mayor and the chief on a starting date that seems to make sense in its own way. And so I'd be in favor of keeping it in mind and maybe reconsidering it later in our discussion.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna have that future discussion. All we're doing is trying to queue up those items for which we want to have an evaluation at the point in time when we're going to be actually implementing a course of action. And if we don't move forward with a vote favoring that broader position, it wouldn't even be on the list of items that would be subject to prioritization or ultimate determination of inclusion in the budget. So I'm advocating that we affirmatively vote to do this, and then we can have that future discussion on Monday. Okay, if there's nothing else, then we'll have a vote. Mr. Lampy?
No.
Davis?
No,
I'm gonna vote yes. Mr. Berg?
Yes or no, Mr. Berg?
No.
Three no's.
Okay, so that did not pass. So what is the thought about how we are moving forward with items that are anticipated for future discussion and potential inclusion in the final budget?
I have a list of them.
Pardon?
I have a list that I've created. So we'll add this to the list.
So, okay, you can add that to the list.
Yeah.
All right.
At the end of tonight's discussion, when we talk about follow-ups, I'll give to you the current where we are as of last Monday. So you'll see that.
Okay. So on the police budget, any other questions or any other?
I do. So there is item 521149 towing charges. And you can note that in 2024 is 2,800, then in 25 is 4,000, and now there's a request and an endorsement of 6,000. Seems like maybe a minor ticket item when we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. But it was the justification in the write-up that would, I think, doesn't make the case. And the justification is that the towing companies are asking us for more money. And so if our budget was 4,000 and our estimate for this year is 4,000, it would be my recommendation that we have a similar budget of this year of 4,000, since we're right on target for budget.
I could give you a little more detail, if that's okay. We anticipate that since they've been asking for an increase for several years, and the actual costs that we are allowed, that they are allowed to ask us for, are considered as below what they normally get, that when they come to the table for negotiation, they're gonna say we need more. And so I'm budgeting for that almost certain eventuality.
When are budget negotiations? Listen,
Anytime after January, I don't know the exact date.
so at that point, you would say, well, the budget is set for this year, so we could,
I would be without potentially anybody to toll vehicles at that point, because they will say we're not gonna do it.
have they ever said we're not gonna do that?
In my 2 years now, I don't know about the previous, individually they have, yeah. But we've got 3 or 4 tow companies right now. We've had as many as 6 in the past. They're harder to get tow companies to agree that work for municipalities, because they're not making the money they normally make. So it's a eventuality that I'm pretty confident is difficult to overcome.
I think it just seems backwards in the negotiation. I'd rather see what the quote is and then base our budget on the quote than an anticipated amount into the future. So I won't quibble over this, and I'm open to what you all say. I just, I'm not favorable of the approach. I'd rather have, okay, this is the amount and let's make our budget based on that.
So just understanding your preferred method would be that in the year prior to the future budget.
Yeah.
I would negotiate with them. And then I would have to say to them, this is not
Pending
final,
budget approval.
and I've got to go convince this process to be agreeable to that. And in the meantime, I come back with them and say, it didn't work, and now they bail. It feels to me like I'm kind of twisting the arm of the finance committee with that method. That was my purpose in not doing it that way. But I'm willing to take.
My arm feels twisted with this method too.
I don't intend that at all.
But again,
Correction.
if this is not a concern to my fellow committee members, I won't dwell on it and we'll move on. Mr. Langer.
I do have my own concerns.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate the memo that was provided here, and one of the things, the prior topic we were talking about is that, I'm sure I'm saying this right, the Lexicon system, sorry?
Lexipol.
Lexicon whole, okay. I got the first part right.
No problem.
That was listed here as something that we don't need if we brought on the captain position. So does that require the captain position that would be there on January 1st to avoid this expense?
No, I would be okay with not having Lexipol despite waiting until March.
Okay.
For the capital position.
We'll make sure those were de-linked if or linked if they had to be. A little question down capital outlay, and I'm skipping a little bit around the memo here, but that's the last parchment page 4 of capital outlay. The increase noted there was from 13,000 to 2,300. The fund budget has that as 21,300.
This was one that I interacted with Dave. The math was just wrong. The 21,300 is what his total was for all the details.
Okay.
Do you have that list of details? I can sit through it.
Yes, yeah, the list is here in the memo. So yeah, I wasn't gonna try to do that math. I was just wondering which of those 2 numbers was the one that we were going.
21,300 is the accurate.
I definitely appreciate the additional use of voters. That is, I think, a fantastic use of this now to avoid a lot of what is structured here as overtime costs. I am noting here in 2025 that the overtime costs are coming in well above what they were slotted for 2025. This is still on pace. So that speaks, I think, to, if anything, that number seems a little low. So that we have hit actuals well above that budget number for a couple of years now. So as we're looking at potential places where we really need to budget appropriately, this one strikes me as one that we are consistently off target, which is impacting us in other ways. Is do you have overtime training, auxiliary salaries, those are all considered the compensation number in here?
Yes. Yeah, overtime would be included in that, at the summary of the compensation page.
Okay, that's a number that I'm worried that we are putting too low a value on the 145.
Overtime on that page 31 has its own row. So collectively throughout the budget, I would say that our overtime budgeting in 26 is as higher than it ever has been before. No, in that total, trying to look into some of those things. And I would say, I felt better about it being higher because we've also increased the assumption of vacancies at the request of finance. So what used to happen is overtime will go over and it's afforded by under affording the wages. But if we're already deciding to underfund the wages, then we better increase the overtime. You know, so I looked at both of those and said, we really need to increase both sides.
I see that, and again, because of the actuals here, because we are listing, additional officers and we have folks that we're not getting yet, I am still worried at the 145, even though that might be our highest budgeted level, that is still too low.
Could be.
I have a follow-up question, and it's more of a curiosity. Numerous departments are requesting computers, and I'm curious about the process. Does each department go out and research and purchase their own computer, or is that done through
We
IT
do it centralized.
for bulk pricing? Okay.
Yeah, I started that a couple of years ago, because sure enough, every department was having to do their own stuff.
Right,
And it just didn't make sense because unfortunately, one or two departments bought things that then our IT coordinator said, I can't support this. So it's like, this just doesn't make sense. So we continue to have decentralized budgeting hitting every division and department, but centralized purchasing. It just makes sense that number one, that's the person that needs to support it. So he needs to be the one that says yes to this. But in starting with Andrew, we also asked Andrew to do the pricing so that we have a low-end machine, a medium machine, the high-end machines. So the pricing is also done across the board for all departments by IT. So that it is then, but it just makes common sense even for Chris to be the one to make the purchasing.
Yeah.
So that it shows up at his office, because he's gonna be the one that images it and whatnot. So to have these things sent all over the place just doesn't make sense because it comes back to IT anyways.
IT hasn't been around historically all that long, so each department head used to ask me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
There are special purpose computers. I mean, they got rugged, both the safety departments have high end because of the need to bang it around in a rig, and also theirs are a little bit more expensive because of those things.
I think I read that the truancy abatement grant is almost out, so we're running its course. Did I read that in the substantiation, or did I not read that? Maybe I didn't. But can you explain what that is? Is that the one that pays?
That would be school district
part of it?
related. Yeah, so somebody sends us a bill for that, but I don't know the details behind the truancy.
Okay, maybe,
No,
If you want more details, I can.
yeah, I'm just curious to know what it is.
I don't know enough about
I don't have,
proration from the school district is all I know.
I don't have any other questions for this section.
Okay, anybody? No?
I'll throw one other one because this was highlighted in the memo. And I'm on memo page 2, the middle, the flock units. when we looked at the reduction, did you put any reduction in their block units, or did that remain untouched at the whole level?
No reduction.
Block cameras, you mean? I'm not seeing page 12.
Yeah, it's. Page 15 on the article.
15.
I like, then I'm referring to the police department highlights memo, page 2.
Then your maintenance contract. Problem number 20.
The reduction in that account was strictly for flexible.
There's a tantalizing, we could do fewer both there, so wondering if fewer was calculated.
3,500 apiece, so if you tell me you can only give me 10 instead of 12, or you can have 7,000. Well, tempting, I'm saying we can do it. We could, now way back to zero Flock. Flock is just a super good tool for solving crimes and helping victims. It's a way for us to not move dozens of officers and looking for a vehicle in order to find the vehicle. It's literally, every time this vehicle passes a block, you can say exactly where it is. I've got a child kidnapped, and I don't know which direction that vehicle's going, and it happened 3 minutes ago. I can put maybe 4 officers in the next 10 minutes on our road at 70 Watertown, watching for this vehicle. With 12 blocks in place, and was one in every route in and out of Watertown, I know exactly where to send my people as soon as it crosses that block. It's just maximizing manpower and technology to a factor of 100. It's just unbelievable. Plus that, because we have that, we can have access to all of the other block numbers in the entire state. And wherever that vehicle goes with that kidnapped child, I know exactly where it is. So by having what we have now, I can at least access a state. But Flock has been making talk about, well, you gotta have 3 or 6 or 9 if you want to continue to be part of our program. Which we don't mind that, because I knew 3 or 6 or 9 sort of thing. Maybe I've always put one virtually every route in and out of the city for this extreme emergency. And that becomes super useful for all the other less important crimes and solutions. We got the suicide subject who's left his house with a gun, who's driving somewhere, and you know where it is, and try to get help. At the same time, I don't want to get shot by this person. So all of this stuff is super good. It's also great for, let's say we have a witness who sees a vehicle and we have a description of all pickup truck. I can plug that in as well, because I don't have a kid. I can see every black pickup truck that was in that area for the past 20 minutes, and from there, now it knows the plates, pointing some plates, and now I know where all my potential suspects are. So it's just a great tool. But again, we say we need to reduce things, and going to do 10 or something like that. I'm very, very happy with 10, just like it would be with 12.
So these cameras are essentially subscription only, we don't need a capital startup cost, we just basically say, we now have 10, we now have a subscription cost on 10, and then on we go.
We had just the one so far, right?
We've had one for a short couple of years now. It was initially funded by Walmart in the startup program. And it was placed near Walmart to help us with their constant retail theft and finding bad guys for that purpose.
And it's still operational.
And we can move it.
As long as they were funding it, we were going to move it where it was, but we're not going to fund ourselves. We can move for another one.
So I really like the program, I'm still very much concerned about blue overtime. Does it make sense to essentially swap 3,500 or 4,500? 3,500. I mean, does it make sense to boost overtime and get 2 fewer cameras?
Yeah, and I follow logic completely that the reason to have the accurate or as accurate as possible line item for the overtime. Makes a ton of sense, so we're not constantly just hoping that people aren't here and fixing it with salary saving. And we won't be fully staffed every year, and if we are in that position, all of a sudden we're depending on every year and staff there. That's completely good. So again, if that's, you're making a bigger decision than just police department with that decision, it's gonna be the entire city budget. And if you reach that list of things and you say, this is well, I'm not gonna be sending next emails about this one, this is a very good, you get 10. You reduce it from 12 to 10, I will not get with,
And find the other one where I'd like to make a motion. And so my motion would be to increase the overtime account 01521114 by 7,000 in 2026. Decrease the maintenance contracts 0521120 also by 7,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Why is it under maintenance contracts? If it's hardware.
because there's that reoccurring maintenance fee every year, it's just like our body cameras under the maintenance contracts, we do have hardware, but it comes with a reoccurring maintenance contract every year. Many, that's the way the industry moves,
Sure.
and all questions, it's falling into these technology things, and it helps, now it's their thing, they cover it, repairs, troubleshooting, IT upgrades, software upgrades, all that, so we cover it. Or if we just own it, and then we have to then try to figure out the budget for maybe we have software repair that might come along, and it's makes it much more difficult for us to.
Okay, understood. So I seconded that.
Mayor, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Alderperson Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alderman Berg?
just a point of reminder that I think being down in the room we're at for tonight's meeting versus the city council chambers, the ability to hear is impaired and not what it typically would be. So for each of you in doing your comments, if you can just be sensitive to the fact that hearing for other people is not as good as it would otherwise be. But that said, if I could have the motion made that was made by Alderperson Lampy and made it clear what that is, I'd like to make a comment on it, but I need to hear for sure what the motion is.
Would you like me to repeat that?
Yeah.
Okay, my motion was to take $7,000 from 01521120, which is maintenance contract. Take $7,000 from that and add that to 01521114, which is overtime.
Did you hear that, Alderman Berg?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Just to make the overall point that I think is going to be a reminder for all of our discussions in our budget. Mark Stevens did the right thing by adjusting the overtime because of the way we're looking at our revenues and our expenses this year going forward because of Alderperson Smith and how he helped us to relook at potential savings when it comes to salary and benefits and how the actual expenditure is typically less. We've already factored that in our calculations, and we're using some of that calculation on savings to allocate dollars that we can have to make some targeted positions like in the fire department and the police department and other areas of need. So that change we've got going forward because of that suggestion by Alderperson Smith is going to be very advantageous. But what it does now, in the past, like the chief has reminded us, he would have an amount of going over in the budget for overtime, but then he knew based on vacancies and positions that weren't filled, that he had the savings somewhere else that could help offset that overtime. And that was reassuring when those dollars were going beyond what was budgeted for overtime. But going forward, we need now to be able to put dollars in for overtime for each budget that is going to be more reflective of what the actual amount is, and more than likely needing to hold these departments more accountable to those numbers versus in the past when we had the latitude of using unspent dollars elsewhere to offset those expenditures in additional overtime. So it's just a reminder because of what we've done for this year. And I think Mark Stevens in what he's suggesting is doing it the right way. And I would support Jonathan in what he's suggesting to make an additional small adjustment. But that's just a comment to be helpful.
Okay. My inclination is to support the increase in the, overtime budget. Problem is the motion includes two offsetting changes to the budget, and I'm not in favor of cutting the maintenance contract by the amount that we're interested in increasing the overtime budget. So I'm going to vote against it because I believe we're better off leaving everything the way it is, knowing that we're budgeting the full amount that the chief has asked for under the maintenance contracts, and recognizing that this overtime account is somewhat flexible. And if there's an overrun, it's something that's going to be able to be done under any circumstance. If we approve this motion, it's going to be a net cut to the maintenance contract, which is something that the chief wants. And we might very well end up at the end of the year with a overtime account that's under 145,000. So it's a net loss for the police department. So what I'm going to do is vote against it. Although I would support another motion to simply increase the overtime amount without that cut. Anything else from anybody? Okay, then we'll take the vote on this. Alderman Lampy?
Aye.
Davis?
Aye.
I'm voting no. Alderman Berg?
I'm sorry,
Alderman
yes,
Berg?
yes.
Oh, the vote is yes? Okay, then that motion is approved. Anything else? Okay, then, we're gonna move on to, kind of an area similar in the, public safety area under the police department on page 16, two different areas. First of all, the crossing guards, and then we'll look at the dispatch center. Anybody have any questions about the crossing guards or any motions to make relating to that?
No questions.
None? Alderman Berg? No?
No, no.
Then same question relating to the dispatch center, on the same page, page 16.
No,
Nothing?
no
Okay.
questions.
Then, that will complete our review of the police component of the, public safety.
Alderman Smith, I would suggest we go to page 59 in capital funds to review police capital requests. Just make sure there's no questions on those.
Okay, yeah, and so,
Page 59, Fund 5.
Fund 5, page 59, maybe some questions on those capital requests. Okay,
About
59,
halfway down the page, please, and then you'll see dispatch.
okay. Okay, anything relating to this, capital funding area?
Does the room humidifier system have to be a system? Can it just be a room
We've been trying,
humidifier?
yeah, great question. We've been trying to limp along with that solution and it's not.
That's what you currently have?
Yep. In fact, we had to replace the computer system because of the inefficiency, it's just not big enough to handle. So we tried that for several years. We can live along again, but it costs us thousands of times to touch the wrong part of the keyboard and the whole thing fries because of static electricity. That's literally what happened. Cost us so very expensive.
Just get some grounding mats. Everybody should step on the grounding mat.
Okay, true, but we've got an entire, bank of servers in the room. It's the entire city's backup system. It's something that, when we installed this, it was highly recommended we do this. We tried to dump off for a while and we really shouldn't be taking that risk anymore is what the experts tell me, so.
It's really not the dispatch as much as the closet.
Yes. True. The place
It's
we
9
lost-
feet filled closet.
Yeah, the place we lost the computer was happened to be a dispatch computer, or it could have easily been a bank computer.
You talking about, you walk into dispatch to the right way, correct, as a room in. Yeah, Aaron, that's pretty good at showing you around there if you wanna look at it, but. A lot of stuff in there.
Okay, anything else on the capital side of these budgets?
Should we go back? We didn't do fire while we're here.
Well, we haven't done anything
Oh,
with fire.
I got ahead of myself, sorry.
And I have to do the municipal building, which is, excuse me, the,
Yes, I got ahead of myself.
municipal building for, staying with the order here on our agenda. So we're moving on from the police budgets. One last call for any other comments or motions? Okay, if not, then, the municipal building is on page 11 in the general budget. And it looks like, there are no, changes from the original budget request. Anybody have any questions or motions for the municipal building?
Alderperson Smith, I'd like to ask under the capital for a municipal building, they're showing $377,000 in renovations to City Hall. That they're including in their overall appropriations for consideration. I know that some of this has to do with the existing fire department and how they want to make potential changes. It might be to accommodate that. Is it for the garage, for the police department? I am not clear on where that's 377,000 is earmarked and intended to go.
Mr. Burke, this is a placeholder, and I have repeatedly been waiting for an architect to deliver a full plan, and once again, it did not come to me today. So I will be on the horn with them again tomorrow morning, so that you do see it, hopefully tomorrow night. That's truly a placeholder. That's Mark's number, just so that it is reminded, but I don't have a basis for that.
Okay.
That number
thank
looks
you.
odd. If you add the three together, it equals an exact $1 million.
Okay, Alderman Lampy?
So I've got a question back in Fund 1 on, page 11. So the electric was marked down last year to 80,000 for the year. It looks like it's back up at a more appropriate level at 105.6. Do we know why that moved down to 80 last year?
I think there was some hope that we get rid of the fire department and they won't be watching as much TV. It didn't work.
That is a good point, though. The lights are turned off, they're not using electricity on that side.
But they're not, in that the apparatus bay is fully lighted all the time. Also. You know, the oxygen system's not running and all, but. They were still here through half of May
Sure.
also. Don't know,
Well, this is also like air chiller. So.
Yes.
Large.
which doesn't change at all with the occupancy.
But I know that's in the non-compensation, but I really think that's a more appropriate number because again, that's what we've been hitting.
Okay, anything else for the municipal building in Fund One or anything for the municipal building in the capital budget?
I've got that on the to revisit. I mean, that obviously cannot stay the way it is.
Okay. Then we'll move to the last items for public safety, which is initially the fire department, and then we'll look at emergency government. The fire department is on page 17 in the general budget.
Chair, do you mind if I excuse myself for this?
Super, you're right behind, Carol Quest. Being up front has its advantages. Okay, on page 17, the general budget for the fire department. Questions, comments? Yes.
So there's a $60,000 coverage study, which I believe largely contributed from the flip on the non-compensation. Which I believe that's taken out and all the other adjustments are made, that actually drops the fire department's non-compensation to a negative. Look at that right.
The drop into a negative would be a March question, because overall there was some other added costs, but that 60, that did get cut. The station put there, the study did get cut from the budget. Nice.
I actually don't have any questions for this section.
Okay, I think, it was, the intent under C to look at increasing the, inspector position, or the fire marshal position to full-time. Is that something we wanted to vote on?
Now, I could be wrong, you all will correct me. I don't think the money is going to come out of, if it is increased to January, if they hire someone in January, this line item will not increase. And so I don't know that we need to have a vote. Because the money will come from another area, unless it's just an endorsement that we're okay with that,
Well, we have
When-
124 coming up in I.
then we'll vote on it there.
You can vote on it whenever you want to and all, but I do believe that you would want to vote on
Okay,
a modification of any of the mayor's proposed budget,
Okay,
regardless of its fund.
sure. No, Mr. Lampe puts out a good point. The modification, though, is in Fund 24.
Correct.
And so we could wait till Fund 24 and modify it to a vote.
Yeah, as long as you remember it, we can add it to the revisit list so we don't forget it.
We'll remember.
I'll add it to the list.
Wait a minute.
The, the entry here under the, at the point in time where, it was reduced, includes the 20,000 from 2% dues, and I interpreted that as included within the 108,825.
No, here's an easy way to look at it, if you will. You have two green bars on that page.
Yeah.
For two new ads. Okay, and the first one is listed as 131 and change, and the second row is listed for 151 and change. It would be two full-time ads for 12 months, each of them, but the inspections that the fire marshal is doing is an eligible expense to the 2% dues expense of Fund 24. So that's the difference that you see on there. That would be 12 months full for both of those new hires with a $20,000 differential that's going to a different fund. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's the first column of the requests. Then the second column where you see the 108 is a proration of 10/12 of the year of the 131 times 10/12 equals the 108.
Okay. No. Where on the agenda were we going to be discussing Fund 24?
Item I.
Non-recurring funds.
Okay, so,
Maybe not.
oh, that was yesterday. I got the wrong agenda in front of me.
So if we're gonna, we want to come back to this, but it's not actually on the agenda, so if we don't do it now.
Yeah,
Yeah, we could do it.
and it's an easy conversation if you want to go to that page.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to impact the budget that's already there. Okay?
We don't, so we don't have to address the issue of funding.
Well, I'll make sure that you understand it, so that it makes sense. So we feel that it's a covered issue. The fire chief doesn't have to stay for a future conversation.
Okay, so then, all we really need to do is to make a motion to increase the fire marshal position to full-time. I'll make that motion.
I second that.
Any discussion?
We don't mean full-time, you mean
Whole year.
for,
Full year.
for a full year.
Any discussion on that? Okay. then we'll
Alderperson
take a
Smith,
vote.
Alderperson Smith, if you could tell me though, the additional 23,000, will that be an expenditure restraint program impact or not, by the additional, time? It's not, it will not impact on those $23,000?
No.
Not in this year.
Not this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
I'm in favor.
Questions or-
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we'll start with Alderman Burke. Alderman Burke.
Yes.
Lampy?
Aye.
Davis?
Yes,
I vote yes, okay. So I think that completes the work we have to do in, this area of the, fire department. And, we have emergency government
age 18.
and the emergency government is page 18. And that's the section there at the bottom, just 3 lines. Any questions or? Motions relating to that? Okay,
Could I ask
Apparently
one
not.
question, Alderperson Smith, on this whole topic where we discussed that warming shelter, and clearly that topic is an unknown as far as any impact on us, but is there any need for us to calculate any kind of a number in the hypothetical of needing to provide some limited services in that area? Does that have to have some dollar allocation in case it does become a reality?
Well, nothing that the council has passed to date involves funding. And it's certainly possible it could come back under some specific approach, but I don't believe there's anything being envisioned that would have a cost component. Are you familiar with anything?
There shouldn't be anything.
Apparently not, Alderman Berg, that
Right.
we're fine with where things sit.
Thank you.
Okay,
Emergency government does have something on your capital improvements page, 59. About 2/3 of the way down.
59 in Fund 5, page 59. Okay, that's tornado siren out in the Country Club Lane area. Any questions about that? Okay, then emergency government's completed. Now we'll move to this section with Jeff.
Fund 5 fire.
Fire as well.
We need to do
Didn't
fund-
we already cover that?
No.
All right, then, we just discussed the 377. There are also two more entries there.
No, we're on page 59, halfway down, the fire section. She's got some equipment requests.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah.
I just have a comment, parks departments or the recreation departments also requesting a floor scrubber. I don't know if they're the same, but they're two different price points.
How would you mind and looked at a floor scrubber that was similar to the one we had?
I think the one they're suggesting was 12.50. Anyway, for what it's worth,
Noted.
two different prices. Talk to us about the need for the EMS EKG monitor. Is it a new one? Is it additional?
So I was attempting to get a lease program going that was not happening with the situation we're in. So this would be a capital request to purchase a new one, for our frontline ambulance, and then the older ones would get moved down throughout. This is frontline used every single day, every single patient, cardiac, like an AED, 12 lead, blood pressure, SpO2 for oxygen. It does all the vital signs and is the core of what we do all
And
the time.
then the hydrofusion stabilizer.
Yep, so that equipment is essentially for, any, rescue extrication equipment, vehicles are made stronger type situation, or our factories, if somebody was pinned, we have been building out like a man versus machine, kit, and this would be a supplement to that, so like, as far as like supplement, like farm equipment, if someone was trapped in something like that as well, we'd be able to have something strong enough to be able to.
So we don't currently have one?
Nothing strong enough, not at that level. And then the rope equipment, that was moved from the operational request to this, kind of as a later request. All of our rope rescue soft supplies, such as the harnesses and the ropes, expired. And if it's not replaced, we'll have to end that program.
Okay, anything else? Yes,
I'm curious about that floor scrubber. Should we get two for the price of one? So I noticed that the one in the parks didn't make it.
I don't put anything on my list, so I'm trying to figure out where most scrubbers is right now.
I'm actually an 015520 PRF direct flatbed.
I Googled the
Right.
one.
Was it in Stevens?
I'm sitting here wondering.
Yeah, I pulled this open without reading the top. This is the administration, so maybe this is senior center.
Yeah,
Yes, we had floor scrubber as a possible item at 128097, but it didn't.
It didn't make it?
Request, I think.
I don't think I included your request for this year. I didn't have it on my list anyway.
This is a lot behind the.
Yeah, ours is like a full. We have a special floor down in our fitness area that takes a certain kind of scrubber, so it's kind of a big day.
What's-
So like what we really.
We have a garage.
I thought of the nuance here, so we have the $5,000 lesser scrubber, and we have the $1,200 greater scrubber.
Yeah.
Can we get two greater scrubbers? Price of one.
I'll let them duke it out, you guys. I'll let her get the scrubber this year. I didn't have it on my, I don't have it.
Really?
Like, I didn't ask for it in my capital this year,
Okay,
so.
ours is an old one from you, so.
Oh. So that's why you can do that. It's ours is
Probably,
probably.
ours is 20 years old, and falling apart.
Yeah.
So,
They don't need it anymore, they'll give it back. Right.
Okay, so we know which $5,600 item to keep an eye on.
Okay, anything else on that, the capital items? Okay, then I guess we can move on to, agenda item E, which begins with the library. And then we'll have several of the library, topics. This is page 25 for the library, the initial library budget, which is a singular appropriation.
A page number?
That's on page 25.
Thank you.
And then there are two more, library budget accounts, page 70 and page 84, which will be coming to next. Okay, so on the library budget. Anybody have anything there?
I do remember when we looked at this last year for donations, it was, I believe it was empty last year, and it's good to see some donations came in.
We look at our budget a little different than what Mark presents here, so, we're running a $93,000 deficit for next year, which the board will be taking out of the library fund balance. And then we take the rest of our operating money out of our county funds and donations and all the other little other accounts that we, end up getting our other operating expense capital for. So anyway, so if you look on the expense side of the libraries, we've got the revenue at the top. If you go down the list, most of it is salaries and benefits on that first page. Supplies are now 22,000, and we had to bump up fuel, electric, and water a little bit from what last year was. The biggest impact is on the back page. When you go into our databases, that's now 19,000. Technology, that's buying computers and things like that, that's 2,000. Library materials is now down to $27,000, which equates to about 250 books per department for the whole year. Periodicals, we're just seeing a horrendous increase in newspaper costs. So most of that, we keep cutting our magazines that people enjoy. And AV is now down to $6,000 too. So we've made some cuts with that to, fit into the 0%, which is fine. I just want finance to know that in 2026, we also cut 2 part-time positions. We have, a full-time single health insurance, and we just for 10,000, we are not paying a single health insurance for $10,000. We reduced 1 position from a senior library assistant to just a regular library assistant. That was another savings of $6,000. The system-wide, we did a discontinuation of Hoopla, which is a really popular database. That was another $9,600. We reduced all of our programming costs, and we eliminated all our funds for the summer reading challenge, hoping for a Court Foundation grant. And so, book budget is down to 27,000. We also pay between $4,000 and $5,000 to the city for IT services, which we do not benefit from at all. So that is kind of where I'm standing with that. Mark and I go back and forth a little bit on that. So there'll be $93,000 coming out of our fund balance, and we do have a healthy fund balance. That's a fund balance that has grown. I've been the library director 15 years yesterday. So that's been a fund balance that's grown. I couldn't tell you what the fund balance was 15 years ago, but some of that is left over still from saving money to go through construction, and also because we have a difficult time filling positions at the library. We are without somebody right now. One of the reasons we're cutting the other 2 is we just have a difficult time finding people, especially local for a part-time position. We're getting people in from Middleton and Sun Prairie, and we have people coming out of Milwaukee, which is problematic when it's just a part-time position at the library. But the board realizes that, we need to spend down our fund balance. So it will be $93,000 plus, because we can't operate on a $27,000 book budget. That doesn't make us a good partner library in Bridges. We are the biggest library in Dodge and Jefferson counties. We're bigger than Beaver Dam. And we have a great reputation for having a very good collection. And so the board will move forward with bringing money out of fund balance. And I also like to fundraise. So that's always on my plate. We have friends of the library to support us, but we also have people who love the library and love literacy, and families, and like to sometimes donate to us.
I have, just some questions, and I know these are 2 different budgets. The, operations budget and the, endowment budget. But in any event, to follow up on my interest in the, fund balances, which you've addressed, to some extent here, combined, they're extremely large. If this is an accurate projection under the library fund budget, the 471,000, and then under the endowment budget, 918,000. Are those fairly accurate numbers still? And then
The library endowment just received a very sizable donation.
the 399.
Yeah, I mean, the donation was about 376 or so. But yeah, the total of the revenue, net income is anticipated to be that 399.
Okay, yeah. So I guess my question is, what are the long-term plans for those fund balances? Almost 1.5 4 million?
So the fund balance, we would spend that down. So, the board doesn't have any issue with spending down the fund balance, the operational fund balance. Overall, we take care of ourselves at the library. We don't come to the city for extra capital funds. You know, the library expansion was the last time we, requested money from the city. We've always partnered with the city when it came to buying buildings, that we became landlords and paid things back. So we take care of ourselves. We don't use a lot of the city services in terms of IT. We have our own library system, Bridges, who helps us and facilitates a lot of our technology and computer issues. If we have a issue at the library, so this year we've been having a lot of HVAC problems. So that isn't not part of our budget. So we run our regular budget, but currently we have a rather hefty sum of money that's not even part of the budget. That will have to come out of fund balance this year too. So, there's operational costs. A lot of it is for our RTUs. They're just hitting us. I warned Tanya about that too, going forward. But you won't have our issues. If we need to, we're a technology heavy department now. So we have self-checkout machines. We have a machine sorter. We have a lot of technology. We have cameras around the building. We just added another 12 cameras inside and outside of the building. So there's just a lot of technology issues that we look at our fund balance as might being needed if we have issues down the line with that. If we need to replace a self-checkout machine, which we are doing right now, that's like $1,000 right now, just that we hadn't budgeted for. We have a self-checkout machine that's not working. We have, I know we thought we were gonna have to resurface the parking lot, but Streets is taking care of that for us at some point. So it's just a lot of unknowns. We have a sliding door. We have to replace that. If we have to replace RTU units, we have that money. The money that's in the endowment is left over from construction. So that was money that was donated to us, to the library, for construction, for specific things. And the money we're getting in donations, like that large donation we just got, is designated not for operations. So that's kind of the big difference there.
So what would not be operations, books?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the goal right now, the board really hasn't, we've working with Mark. The board is planning on pulling out half of that money out of the endowment and investing it with the South Central Library System Endowment Fund. They get a good return. Mark did some research for us, and that's where half of that account will go. Mark wants to kind of see which is going to get a better interest, LGIP, or if it'll be the South Central. So that is the plan for half of that budget right now for next year.
Do you have any other invested money?
No,
And then what are the rules for using endowment? You're limited annually to the amount of money you spend, or are there no rules? Like, or are there guidance?
usually you're spending interest, I believe.
Just interesting. I didn't know if there was standard protocol with that.
Nothing in statute that would, let's pretend outlandish example, but we wanted to put an addition onto the library. And it's gonna be $1 million, well, she could buy it.
Yeah.
Oh, so,
I didn't know if there was a limitation to how much.
Okay, I was, gonna follow up on some trust fund issues.
So go ahead, keep that line going, so there's something new.
The city contribution to the library had been originally requested as $850,000. And that was reduced to $810,000. Would that $40,000 in essence be coming out of that operational fund balance?
Yes.
And, on the endowment fund balance, the notes here suggest that, that there is a small amount, 18,200, that's unspendable. Are there not other restrictions on those endowment dollars that make them, restricted in one way or another?
The 18,000 referring to, that goes back to the creation of the building of the Carnegie Building, that it was supposed to always remain we were supposed to always keep at least that amount of fund balance in there. Could the board move forward and, get rid of that? I'm sure they could, but I don't think anyone will roll over in their grave.
Not easily, no.
Okay, all right, that's good to
In
know.
accounting terms, it's referred to as permanently restricted, and the rest of it is just restricted.
Mhm.
Okay, so anything that hits the endowment account is restricted for things that the endowment is for. But that 18.2 is referred to as permanently restricted. You can earn the interest off of that 18.2, but that's it. That 18.2 will have to stay forever.
Okay, and so on the, various donations, or augmentations over time to this endowment account, would they have come with a variety of different restrictions? In other words, the endowment, may very well, be comprised of, a huge number of sources over time. And do you keep accounts for each one of those donations and take into account whatever the unique restriction or the intent of the donation? Did it be used for purpose X or Y?
So the largest chunk of that endowment money is left over from the capital campaign. So that money really was all commingled after a while. Whoever requested money for having naming rights within the building, those have all been taken into account. And those people that requested, specific rooms or whatever. And so this is just what we had left over. Because I'll say PW, we were a COVID library. So we got a lot of different deals, we got good interest rates. We had lots of things that made our project come in under budget that allowed us to end up with a leftover funds at the end. We also had during the process, I can think of one example, where we had to move electrical poles outside. Because we just had to move, Energies had to come in. We did not have that as part of our budget, and somebody wrote us a check to cover that added expense.
Well, that's, basically, helpful relating to the, picture, for the endowment, fund balance. On the operational fund balance, is there any restriction on that that would prevent the city from, appropriating less through this budget for library operations, to the end result that a larger portion of that than the 40,000 would be used to operate the library for the year?
I would hope that finance would not take a larger chunk out of that. We would, like to extend it as long as we can. We don't know what's coming down the road. It is a fairly new building, but, ultimately it's your decision, but to, I think, kind of drain that account. Because the thought was maybe we could pull things out of our endowment account, might not necessarily work out the best for us.
No, I wasn't referring to the endowment account, but just the 400 and some thousand in the fund balance for the operational account.
There is a requirement of, I shouldn't say a requirement, but there is an expectation of the counties
True.
that there is a minimum amount that we support library services, or we are needing to contribute to the counties to do the same. So if we don't do it with our own library, we get to required contribute to the counties. So you'll see two associated resolutions on next week's council meeting that are annual, that we do every year, that affirm to each of the two counties that we are going to meet what the minimum requirements are. There's a calculation that the state of Wisconsin provides to the counties. The counties do the math for us. And I have on page 25 of Fund 1, I have listed for you what that minimum support number is. It's $527,000. That's the combined total between both counties.
I wasn't talking about, an amount that would have, drained your account. I think that's what you said.
Right.
And the 40,000 that is already part of the budget, which ultimately is going to come from that operational fund balance, is obviously helpful, to the city's bottom line picture. But the issue that I'm wrestling with, and the issue that has been addressed to me by some people that are familiar with the fact that there is a substantial fund balance there, at the library, is the fact that right now, I mean, there'll be modifications obviously through this budget process, but right now the city is anticipating just under $800,000 of our fund balance to make the 26 budget balanced. In addition to that, we're looking at a tax rate increase, without anticipating whatever the modifications to this budget will be, combining the debt and the operational budget, somewhere between 7% and 8%. So we're looking at substantial tax increase. We're looking at a huge amount of our own fund balance to subsidize and balance the budget. And I am thinking that and part of that is driven by the fact that the city is appropriating a huge amount of money for library operations, which is wonderful that we are able to have that kind of a library here, and that will contribute and make it possible. But what I am also saying is that there is a huge gap between the minimum amount that is required for us to expend in support of the library and the amount that we are currently giving. So what I'm getting at is it, from your perspective, something that would be unreasonable for the city to move in the direction of using some of that fund balance or appropriating less, that some of that operational fund balance would be used to further the operations of the library this coming year?
My concern with that is if you take a larger amount of money, 2026, how is that ever going to be made up going for the future? I mean, when I follow finance conversations, a lot of the conversation is, going out of expenditure restraint. You don't want to go out because then you have these continued expenses. The budget say, I'm just going to throw out the library budget is cut by $150,000 in 2026 because we're pulling it out of fund balance. So what does that mean for 2027? The city won't have that money to recoup that. And so the library would always be kind of limping along after that. Because we're never gonna the city will never make up that money, and if it does, it's not gonna come to the library. So that's just my only concern, looking forward to the continued operations of the facility. I mean, it's a building that the city has invested heavily in, that the community has invested heavily in. And, you know, next point, you're starting to cut hours, you're cutting staff, you're cutting circulation. When you cut circulation, you cut revenues, you can get into a vicious cycle. Basically, I would be worried about the future of the library and how bills would be paid and salaries would be paid, because it's a large sum of money. I don't know what you're anticipating for that, so.
Well, I guess, I completely understand what you're saying. And as you mentioned, each of these legitimate concerns moving into the future, I have exactly the same in relationship to the fund balance that is being anticipated for use in our budget. And to make a comparison, and making it just easier for the numbers, the 40,000 that is part of the cut from the requested 850 to the anticipated 810 is $40,000 with a remaining fund balance of over $400,000, making that less than 10% of the total fund balance. If in fact we continue to use anything close to $800,000, which is about what we're looking at right now in an unmodified budget, it is substantially more as a percentage of our total fund balance than 10%. And in essence, that amount of fund balance use is made possible only by a budget that's anticipating over 7% tax rate increase in the combined levy for the debt and the general budget. Well, I'll just wind this up because I guess I'm just trying to lay the foundation for what I think would be an appropriate use of some additional fund balance by the library to compensate for a larger reduction of the $850,000 request than the 40,000 that is currently in the budget.
Alderperson Smith.
Excuse me? I saw Alderman Lampies, Alderman Berg, I'll get you next. But yes, Jonathan.
Thank you. I do worry that we're spending this amount of time working on the library in terms of their effect on the overall city budget. And I have to say, one of the more depressing things that happened in a neighboring community was in the Nominee Falls, where they basically picked up $300,000, picked it out of the library, and handed it to the police department, and just basically said, this is what we want to invest in over here, not over here. We're basically, with this budget, doing the same thing here at Watertown, where we're looking at $40,000 cuts to library services and essentially using that to fund police. We have a fire position coming forward here. And to me, that just strikes me as incredibly pessimistic, and it's a one-way train to a permanent deficit. It's going to reduce library hours eventually. It's going to reduce library staff. And really, what I'd like to actually propose is the opposite here, is basically to go ahead and propose a motion here to increase the library contribution account by $40,860, which were recovered from slashing the IT position yesterday or on Monday. and moving that amount back to essentially the amount that we have the library set in 2025.
All right, and that's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, no, there being no second, I'm gonna recognize Alderman Berg. I believe that you had something you wanted to say.
Yeah, thank you for your comments are, from my view, right on target as far as looking at the overall budget. And it's obvious that the library does a lot for our city in ways that we can be proud of. The point that you're making about the fund balance, and the fact is, in any given year, there's a lot of non-recurring expenses within a budget, including the library. And if you were to allocate a larger amount versus the 40,000, if you made it for discussion, 75 or 80,000 instead of the 40 on the reduction that is right now in place, you can look at that overall operational budget and find things that are not staff related, things that are not related to recurring expenses that are being prioritized by the library for different reasons. And you could allocate those dollars coming from their fund balance. And in doing that, you could address a need that we have as a city right now to find some dollars to address our finances as a city, drawing down and encouraging that drawdown by this recommendation, if it's acted on by the finance, and do it, for this year. It doesn't have that requirement that you do it again next year, because you'll have a whole new set of issues when it comes discussion for their budget, and all the things that are fixed that are going to be there again next year that are guaranteed for needing to be funded are going to be there again. But there's going to also be the things that they've put into their operational budget that are specific to this year that could then be looked at again for next year and reprioritized. And if their justification is there, you could re-look again at either the dollar amount from the city going up, or you could do another drawdown within reason to address those needs at that time. But I see the rationale and the reason. I don't think it's detrimental. Obviously, if it's as long as you're doing it in a targeted type way. So I would be in favor of an amount, and I think it has to be based on some type of a reason that is targeted toward non-recurring cost that we feel we can justify in our recommendation.
Alderman Davis.
I have a question for Mr. Stevens. On page 71, which is the library fund budget, if I'm understanding it correctly, estimated fund balance at the end of this year is about $471,000. And then there's a zero there, and that's estimated fund change from 2026. Would it be fair to put in that $98,831 into that zero?
Yes,
And-
the zero is an equation that comes off the adopted column, so that's why it's obviously zero at this point.
So
But yes,
when you do that, then the estimated fund balance based on the $40,000 deduction from 850 to 810, the estimated fund balance would be about $372,000. Maybe we could round up $373,000. So that is that's a draw down. They'll be dropping down to $373,000. I'm not sure, Mr. Smith and Mr. Berg, what you're contemplating as far as additional suggestion for reducing the library. But here's my thinking. I think that one of the reasons why the $40,000 was suggested was to get us down under expenditure restraint, which we are at this point. I don't think that taking another $30,000 is going to, in the whole scheme of things, impact our fund balance or even taxes. It's a very, very small amount of money, and I understand what Mr. Lampy says. $30,000, an additional, let's say it's additional $30,000. In regards to the city budget is negligible, but an additional $30,000 from the library budget, in addition to the 40,000, is a large amount of money. That's a part-time person right there. So I understand the encouragement to use fund balance, and it sounds like the library board is working towards that, and they're dropping down at the end of 2026, just under this plan that's before us, to about $373,000. I'm not sure that reducing their budget anymore will ultimately help us out of the pickle that we're currently in, very much. Now, would it be, a help, or could it be used in another way? Yes. But that's just my thought on it. Maybe help me understand, Mr. Smith, how that would, well, I guess I just don't know what number you're thinking of. Maybe that's what I need to know.
Well, my original thought was to propose, reducing the city contribution from $810,000 to $785,000, which would be a $25,000 reduction. My thinking is,
Can you tell me that number one more time?
yes, a $25,000 reduction to $785,000, which would probably result in the use by the library of the difference from their fund balance. What I am trying my hardest to do is to anticipate how we're going to close an unsustainable use of city fund balance. I mean, we're talking about almost $800,000 from our fund balance into an operational budget. That fund balance was our last chance to meaningfully address a variety of issues that, from the city perspective, is substantially in need of being addressed. And whether it is a means of doing more streets by borrowing more money, which we then would be able to fund and not be in a position where we're in a totally unsustainable demand on our city taxpayers to increase taxes for the city to a unacceptable amount, we're going to have to make cuts. Now, Monday, we spent an evening on about a third of the budget, and we barely made a dent in the needful cuts if we're going to address the issue of an $800,000 use of our fund balance being totally unacceptable. It is equally totally unacceptable to expect a 7% plus tax rate increase to our people. And it is equally unacceptable that we continue to allow our streets to deteriorate and not put the kind of money into it that is year after year constantly underfunded. Now, how do we think we're going to address that unless we make some difficult cuts? And I am the very first to say we have a wonderful library. I'm the very first to say that it is a excellently managed library. I'm the first to say it is providing outstanding services to our citizenry. But I'm also here to say that there are limits where the necessary decisions and cuts are necessary, or we're going to be in a position where we are financially unable to address several of those areas that I have previously said are totally unacceptable the way they currently are. And so I believe that a modest $25,000 additional cut from a substantial city appropriation for the library is something that is not outrageously onerous. I mean, it's difficult. It would have to be addressed in ways that would somehow result in some creative decision-making, which is what we're spending night after night after night trying to do from the broader perspective for the city. And I am not willing to vote for a budget to send a 7+% tax rate increase to our citizens. And I am not willing to vote for a budget that entails using almost $800,000 for a budget for recurring purposes that is totally unsustainable. If we don't make these decisions at a point in time when we can, we're going to be in a position where we have to make decisions that are just totally unacceptable. And so I'm making a motion. I'm making a
I'll
motion
second the
that we
motion.
cut the $810 dollar proposed city contribution to $785,000.
I'll second the motion.
Second the motion by Alderman Berg. Yes,
May I ask Peg a question?
yes.
Would you remind us who you have cut for this 2026 budget? Or not who the names of, but
Right.
tell us how many positions you've
We
cut.
cut
for this
a, part-time library assistant, and we also cut our part-time custodian. Big building, lots of bathrooms, that's all managed by one person now. And then we also did a downsizing of a position that was a senior library position down to just a library assistant. And that was another $6,000 right there too. And I can tell you there are other stresses going on towards the end of the year that will be put on that fund balance. And I also I can't speak on behalf of the library board. They might decide that they don't want to. I don't know in their minds what they want as a figure in a fund balance, so they could possibly look at making cuts either to staff or towers at the library in order to fit a cut in for another 25,000. I can't speak on their behalf though.
And then my final question is, you did say for the endowment that gift of 326 could be used for materials, books, the supplement books and things like that. It can be used for that.
It was not designated for that, no.
Well, you said it wasn't designated for operational.
Well, yes, so I would consider books to be
Oh,
operational.
well, what is an operation? for?
Well, anything that has to do under our expense account, so in my brain, we have salaries and benefits and everything else is operational. It's the existence, why the library exists, basically. One of them is to provide resources to the community.
So it's your understanding that that recent gift can only go to pay for salaries?
No, the recent gift will be used for the future if we need to make significant upgrades to the facility, is what that money is designated for.
So I think what you're saying is for capital improvement?
Correct.
And not for salary or any books.
Right.
Alderman Lackey?
Still have thoughts, on that specific budget, obviously, I had a lot to do with raising the money that now sits in that. I wrote some checks that are now sitting in that, account over there. So I have a lot of interest in terms of that particular endowment, but that was essentially the interest. One of the key things that we did at the library is we built it primarily without city money. We had a bonding agreement that we had talked about going into the fundraising season, but we had specifically capped that at a certain amount from the city. And then we were able, through a very successful fundraising campaigns, good community partners, we were able to raise many millions of dollars more. We actually got from the city to build and outfit that facility. So we were very fortunate in that regard. A lot of those donations that came in and continue to come in are basically based on, the leadership that we have in place, our ability to connect to the community, our ability to provide fantastic services. And that's another pot of money that we would expect to go with in, how many years, 36 years, and we have to rebuild the place. Or acquire more property like we did, when we were, putting the facility together. So that is a facility that has very, important capital piece. It's also the fund that would go to for major, HVAC, elevator, expenses, which have traditionally come up in the past, and that was the way that the fund was managed traditionally. This is when I was on the library board, before we built the new library. We basically went to this well, essentially, to go get things for elevators and HVAC and other things. We didn't necessarily have to draw from any other city account and left Fund 5 essentially alone, because the library, as Peg said, used this as an insulating account to keep the library from drawing any of its capital expenses from any other city expense, because again, a lot of donations come in. It's primarily privately funded in some case to get those capital expenditures. One of the things I'm really concerned about listening to Alderman Berg is about the library operations, because one of the things that I was impressed with also stepping on the library board was the degree of efficiency that Peg had in running the place, and the statistics that were established essentially by looking at the published state statistics. You can get these just right off of the Department of Public Instruction. Basically shows that the cost per capita is the lowest in Jefferson and Dodge counties, which shows that the library from an operational perspective is being run more efficiently than any other library you can drive to, really. So in terms of other fat that could be cut, I mean, go look for it. Other libraries would be able to pull up their budgets and look how lean the Watertown budget is compared to that already. And the library budget itself, I think Peg has highlighted one of the key things that's gotten squeezed recently, which is the materials budget. And I think I heard it was in 27,000 a week or so, which is what, a third of what it was when I joined the library board about 8 years ago. So there's the discretionary spend is essentially being squeezed down to the point where the next thing to go will be hours to additional positions. So I'm definitely not in favor of really reducing this at all. Obviously, I just voted one for 850. That's not going to go down. I do not understand why the burden of balancing this budget falls onto the library. Where I'm going to look to balance budgets, it's probably to come back to a couple of these other positions that we're thinking of this year. So we've got a really expensive police position, we've got a really expensive fire position. Those, if we want to look at like 250, 260 in cuts, not the 25 here, we can go there.
I have a follow-up question. So for capital improvements from the endowment fund, that could go to pay for sliding doors or any major building, HVAC, those types of things.
We never had an endowment account that was this large
Yeah.
before, and the endowment account we had, we used it to buy things, like the parking lot that is next to the library, that was purchased, all those properties were purchased in endowment funds. So we haven't had an endowment fund like this, so we were actually figuring on having to use our fund balance. So if anything, prior to construction, I thought for sure something was going to happen to the boiler. It didn't happen to our boiler, but if something would have happened, we would have had something to fall back on. We also needed to tell donors at the time that we had saved some fund balance, so if something were to go wrong, the Quirk Foundation was one of them I had to have a conversation with. And so that fund was built up for a reason, not because we didn't need the money. And I appreciate Alderman Lampy comment, because I believe I do run a very tight library. I don't know what Alderman Berg is referring to, that we have funds, we're using money spent for things that aren't unnecessary. I believe I run a pretty tight library. I'm very respectful of taxpayers' dollars. I'm very respectful of the fact that we are stewards of taxpayers' dollars. And I love the fact that this library is well respected not only in this community, but in the surrounding communities too. And by the time we start having, like I said, I can't speak on behalf of the library board. If they're going to want to start cutting, that's what would happen. I know the mayor had said no one would lose their jobs, no one, but I can't guarantee. And then going forward, what does that mean for the library? If you're cutting another 25,000, we'll never make that money out going forward, never.
So with the additional amount of money you're suggesting, it brings their fund balance down to 350 at the end of the year, 2026, which is a pretty good cut because they're at 471 right now. I just don't think it's going to accomplish very much. In principle, I'm with you, Mr. Smith, because in principle, I want to trim as well. But without some assurances that this $25,000 is going to not be spent in another area, not be spent for another program, or I don't think it accomplishes much of anything, because the amounts of money we're talking about are so large. And I would also point out that the current plan has a spending of the contingency fund right at that 30% mark. And according to our policy, that can go, is it 20–25%? So there's a lot of room there. In fact, I've said this before, I'll say it again. That is collected taxpayer money. It's a disservice for us to sit on 30% plus of money that's been already collected from taxpayers. So for this reason, I am normally all about finding ways to cut. I was trying to take $2,000 away from the towing. But in this case, I don't think it accomplishes what we are all wanting to accomplish. And what it does is cut, in addition to the cuts that the library board has already made for 2026, which have been pretty significant. You cut 2 people and cut down a position, plus she listed a list of other things that they have cut. So that's where I am. I don't think I'm even surprising myself on this. I don't think I would support a $25,000 additional.
Well, I'll just make one last statement to try to put this in the perspective. First, I think $25,000 is an important contribution to the work that we have to do. We have a budget that has to be cut. We have a proposed tax rate increase that we cannot do. In terms of the fund balance, let me put that in perspective. Right, we are at the point where we would be approximately 30%, the high end of the range that is permissible. But if we use $800,000 this year, what's going to happen next year? And think about what future budgets are going to be like. We have got some massive expenditures that are coming in the near future. And we are basically saying $800,000 can be used for operational recurring purposes, when in fact it cannot. And if we used another $800,000 next year, we would be below the midpoint, and we would be pushing the low end, and ultimately our fund balance would be so depleted that it would have long-term consequences for the eternal debt that we have to constantly use to keep our city afloat. And what am I talking about? We were talking about doors at the library. We're talking about important other capital expenditures. Do you know what we fund in capital purchases out of our general budget? Virtually nothing. Every capital expenditure we make, whether it's a truck, whether it's a ladder truck for the fire department, street department equipment, every single penny we put into streets, reconstruction, resurfacing, no matter what it is, it's all borrowed. And we're talking about, okay, what's our borrowing for capital expenditures going to be for this coming year? Well, are we going to do our typical $4.5 million? Or are we gonna do $5 million? Are we gonna try to make some progress on our deteriorating city streets? And maybe we're gonna do $5.5 million? Every penny that goes into these kinds of expenditures is borrowed. That is not a healthy position to be in. And to say that we can put $800,000, no problem, we're still gonna be at the high end of the range for this year. And then we're going to face the same problem, and we're gonna have the same demand for more infusion of fund balance money, to the point where it is impossible to meet the budget needs. So what am I saying? I'm the first person to say the library is a wonderful presence in our city. I have already said it is well run. I have already said the citizens are well served. That is true for every single city department. We have a great library director. We have a great police chief, a great fire chief, a great public works director. Across the board, we are very, very fortunate. And they serve our city well. And they provide excellent services as well. They're the ones that are going to experience the cuts when we reach the point where excessive spending in the early going is going to put us in a very, very difficult position in years to come. I see it coming. I'm saying this is just one of many areas I am prepared to vote to cut, because I don't want to do it, but I know it has to be done. And if it isn't
Alderperson
done,
Smith.
I consider it fiscally irresponsible. And so I'm not trying to make a draconian cut. I am suggesting a 25,000, and because it's not draconian, it's being suggested that it's no big deal. It doesn't make that big a difference. I think it makes a lot of difference. And the cumulative impact of reasonable cuts now across the board is what's going to put us in a position to have a financial future that's going to allow us to serve our citizens well. If we don't, we're going to run into very difficult years ahead.
Alderperson Smith, one additional comment, please, because you've made the point in a very good way. I'm obviously on board with your reasoning. I think we either make some good decisions in this year's budget to prepare for next year, or we are going to have a more difficult time next year on the same issues. Only they'll be more difficult than they are this year. There's potential benefits from housing that we can look forward to that might offset some of our concern. And it's an unknown, and we'll find out next year on that topic. But the point you're making is right on target. And I think for them to potentially ask to go into their fund balance an additional 25,000 to help on the big picture of our city to address the needs we feel we have to do this year is the appropriate thing to do. I am not of the view that they have to impact on staffing and benefits, because they're, again, in any given year, there are capital expenses and other types of expenditures that can be looked at as one-time or this year type of expenditure that can be reevaluated for next year. And if we ask them to do that with 25,000 less, I'm convinced that Peggy and her staff can go and look at their options within. And the endowment too is obviously earmarked with a lot of restriction, but there's also some latitude within those dollars. So between the two fund balances they have, and they have options, and I'm sure that library board, if they're encouraged to look at the big picture and to look at the fund balances in an open, objective way, they can find the dollars, they can address their needs, and they don't have to have the impact on staffing in any way that should affect the operations in any any way that is of concern for this next year. And I think it is one step in the right direction. I'm encouraging both Alderperson Lampy and Davis to listen to Alderperson Smith and the rationale that he made, because it is exactly what we need to do to get through this budget in a way that's going to be helpful.
Public question.
Okay, I'm just trying to give everybody an opportunity.
I'm not on the committee in the finance committee, but I'd like to ask a question if I might. On endowments, how many endowments do you get a year, like say in a regular year?
You mean donations?
Yes, endowments or donations.
It all depends. The one that we just got, someone died and we were left in their will. She left several other entities, local entities in her will, and we were one of them. Historical Society,
A fair amount of money though, I mean,
yeah, well, yeah. Sally Munt, did you have Sally Munt as a teacher at all? She was a teacher at high school. Yeah, so she and her friend used to come into the library all the time, and so when she passed
Okay.
away, she left us in her will.
but they specify not, it can't be used for operating or can't be.
Correct.
Okay, good discussion, time for the vote. The motion is to cut 25,000 from the current 810,000 posed in the budget. Alderman Lampy,
No,
Alderman Davis,
No,
I'm gonna vote yes. Alderman Berg,
Yes.
okay, so we have a tie vote and the motion fails, and, I believe we've covered most of what is, on our agenda for the various library budgets. Does anybody have anything else?
I just also want to clarify, we do a lot of fundraising at the library. So, you know, of all the city departments, we do a lot of fundraising. We have excellent connection with library patrons. Obviously, we had a connection with Sally Munt. Those don't come along very often. Actually, when we first got notified of that donation, I thought it was going to be $50,000. When it ended up being 300,000, I was shocked. We were all shocked. So, but we actively fundraise.
okay, so if you lose that 25, you could make that up then.
I can't say for sure, but it could be.
Okay,
But it has to come from the citizens of Watertown.
right.
And
okay.
I know some people have some definite opinions about that too, so.
and I just have one. No, I'll leave it.
Okay, unless there's something else, I'm intending to move on to forestry. All right, the forestry budget is on page 29 of the general budget. Okay, does anybody have any comments or questions, line item, motions, anything? Lampy?
Just a clarification from, Mark, if I can, on the salaries piece. Is this another beneficiary of the, new wage chart?
It would be.
Okay, some of the, changes in the mayor's budget were related to moves that have been made. The forestry grant was moved to the recurring, grant section, and the, in the capital budget, there was a movement, not sure what a grapple bucket is, but that's what was moved. Anybody have anything, else here, or we can go to, we can go to, Fund 5. Let's see what's there.
Page 60.
60. Okay, the only thing on the forestry is the one I referenced, which was the grapple bucket, which has been moved in here. Anything else relating to the capital budget that you want to talk about?
Is that a new grapple bucket or replacement, or
We don't have one,
you don't have one?
no.
So how's he currently get the job done? Is it rent it or?
Well, sometimes we, have streets assist us.
Okay.
There are certain times where we could really use one to just get the job done quicker, more efficiently.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we're gonna move on from forestry. Last chance. Okay, the next one is the administrative budget for recreation and the pools and park budget. That's on page 26 of the general budget. Alderman Lampy?
I was just wondering if I could get a clarification. When we received the list of mayoral modifications, one of the ones that was listed was 01/55/2021. That was listed on the modifications down to 10K, but we're seeing it here at 0K. What was the intent or the difference between the two figures?
It was an 11th hour
So,
to get the ERP down.
Was the intent to make that non-zero?
I'm sorry, what's that, Mr. Lampy?
Was the intent to make that non-zero?
Put some funds in there and then it turned out that we had need funds somewhere else. So it changed after the original number you got a couple weeks ago.
Okay,
That was changed, would have been before the budget, last week, Tuesday, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago or so.
Yeah, there was a time delay.
It did 10,000 for a while, yes, sure.
Given that we have room now under ERP, I'm doing the math right, we're about 55 right now. Is there any interest in moving that back to 10?
Can you tell me the number one more time that you're looking at?
I'm sorry, that was 01/55/20 and 21.
No.
I'll do a sound check. Mr. Berg, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
okay. Anything else on the administration, recreation? And the recreation department?
Can you remind us about the rec program supervisor part-time? This is an ad,
Yeah.
so, just remind us who you have now doing, give us the rundown again of who you have with programming.
Currently for programming, I have Jared, who's my
Right.
recreation program.
Full time.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as you can see up in the rec admin, I am without a aquatics manager. So between the positions that I have currently, we'll be dividing up that task. And then with the funds of the town square position being moved to the future fund, I am unsure of the future of that position, which will mean I'll need more assistance with events and aquatics and programs, which we currently have had 3 people doing, which will now be potentially 1.5.
So I think and with the cut of the aquatics manager, but the add of the part-time rec program supervisor and the add of the aquatics manager, it's about a 50% cut, I think, right?
The aquatics manager is just a seasonal position. It is not a permanent part-time.
Right, but I'm just saying if we take the salary of the aquatics manager and add it to the part-time supervisor, program supervisor, it's about $40,000. That amount, $40,000, is about half of the cost of the aquatics manager. That's
Anybody have any other questions or comments?
I guess I'm looking for guidance as to how far ahead we're supposed to be moving.
Oh, sorry.
Right now, we're only on recreation administration, and the recreation department will go to the pools, and parks later. Okay, well, I have, another recommendation. I recommend that we drop the funding for the rec program supervisor part-time. When we were first given the summary of the total number of requested new hires in the city, it was 11. And 2 of the ones that I felt we had to support, should support, were among the more expensive. The police and the fire ads. But we cannot add new positions to the point where, and every new position we add is either a future cut or it's something that's going to become unsustainable in a budget that is unaffordable. I wish I could support this. I cannot. And I will make a motion to cut the rec program supervisor, the full $23,231. Is there a second?
I'll second that for purposes of discussion.
Okay. Discussion?
So one of the challenges I think that's on parks right now, and I serve on the park committee, is the desire to essentially bring the programming back into equilibrium or lack. Just basically make sure that we've got enough program revenue coming in from various sports, from various activities to essentially cover a good chunk of the maintenance of the fields and the facilities that we're using. And I look at this position, the program supervisor, as a continuation of some of the buildup programming that's happened over a number of years to bring more people into the system, get them engaged, and frankly, from a engaged consumer point of view, get them used to essentially writing a small check to the park department for the purposes of using some of the facilities and using some of the services. I also looked at what the park administration is challenged with this year in terms of switching from more of a full-time workforce. We're challenging that across multiple positions that are scattered in a couple of different funds. in a couple different places here. They're being challenged with switching that to more administration and part-time folks. For the aquatics manager, program supervisor definitely fits in that bucket. So overall, that tends to be a less expensive and more flexible workforce, but I think that you can also understand that a lot of times that comes with added need for really good managers who can come in and essentially smooth out the variability that comes with part-time hires or people who basically would see other work sometimes if they could find full-time positions. So I think we're providing a great deal of operational challenge to our Parks Department. We've had discussions internally, I should say internally, some publicly, about the need to start to engage the public more on writing checks, submitting fees, and actually covering a lot of the cost of the program to use the parks. Along with that, we're continuing to expand the use of collaborative agreements that we have with other organizations in the community, moving from a model where, because we're a nonprofit, we got the use of everything for free. And that includes something I've been involved in the past, to a model where you are actually helping with the cost of something, even if you are a nonprofit organization. So I think they're headed in the right direction. They're starting to get more of that offsetting revenue mindset. And they're starting to be challenged with using more flexible labor to address some of these situations. So I was actually happy to see this degree of flexibility from an operational challenge. And I think that what's in the budget right now reflects where we are in terms of actually having to fund that.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
Mr. Stevens, is it a fair statement if I say that the recreation department in the Fund 1 general budget is losing 2 full-time equivalent out of the expenditures of the. So the aquatics manager is a full-time equivalent, and then the town square contribution is equivalent to a full-time equivalent. So maybe it's not
So
exactly
there's 2 full-time that are being replaced with 2 very part-time.
very part-time. So, and we're just talking in the general fund allocations.
Yes.
So that's a significant cut from the general fund budget. Those 2 amounts, those $2 amounts. And what we're doing then is that $25,000 programming staff, is that seasonal too, or is that all year?
The programmer would be the hero.
So that's not very many hours a week, is it?
No.
Do you know approximately?
Probably, I would say, like, I would want to keep it under 20, so.
Yeah, I think it,
Around 15.
yeah.
And they would be overseeing our, majority of our programs. We have, I mean, obviously we're recreation, so when everyone else is done with work, that's when we do. So, a lot of the time it would be our leagues, working those nights, making sure our staff are where they're supposed to be.
And so Mr. Lampy's onto something, that this position is revenue generating. Because the more programs you can have that are run well, that people want to be a part of, then it generates revenue, which helps the bottom line. And if you take this away, then you're running inefficient programs that people get mad about and say, forget it, I'll go do it somewhere else, and you're taking revenue away. So I think the trade-off here, coming from the rec administration or the recreation department, where we're removing 2 full-time equivalents from the expenditures and replacing it with 2 very, very part-time workers, seems like a good way to continue to generate revenue, as you said, in a flexible, affordable way.
Anything else? All right, then, we will vote on this motion. Alderman Lampy,
Sorry, this, would you repeat the motion? This
the motion was just to cut the rec program, part-time supervisor.
then
155, 2116.
got it. I'll vote no on that.
Alderman Davis?
I'm gonna vote no on that.
I will vote yes. Alderman Berg?
Yes.
Okay, 2-2, and so that motion fails. And, we have got, okay, so, and in this budget, the rec administration, rec department, anybody have any other questions? Okay, now we can take the pools, together. The aquatic center and the indoor pool. Anybody have any questions about that?
I'm just appreciative of the creativity here with the trade-off of having a full-time aquatic manager for the seasonal manager.
I have a question for, probably for the mayor. We have the school district maintenance staff, and we're budgeting 17.5. And that note says that that's the net left after the remaining overpayment is expended, or the credit we're drawing down is over. Is that something that we are moving forward with this particular budgeting approach because we're confident we're going to prevail?
Without saying too much, that would be the amount we might be contributing this year, yes.
Okey-doke. Anything else? Okay, we've got some items that are moved from the aquatic center to the capital budget, handrails for the pool and the diving board. Anybody have any comments or questions about that in Fund 5?
It's on page 60.
And we have the note here on the aquatic center capital as to the movement to Fund 5. Okay, if that's it for that. We have the Parks Department, which is on page 28. Any questions or comments on that, Alderman Lampy?
I guess a clarification as pertains to 01554110 with the negative number that's listed there under the unfilled or vacant. Does that change the level number that we're aiming for salaries overall?
That's included in the total request to amp up the assumption that not all positions across the city will be filled 12 months of the year.
Okay.
So this is an expansion, if you will, beyond what I've done in the past for just fire and police.
So in future budgets, is this how we're going to generally see how it's broken out by department? Is we have the essentially target salary and then essentially the back off for total compensation as a helper item?
I've considered it two different fashions, so maybe I'll change my mind in the future. I started with it hitting each department so that we would kind of have an earmark to maybe where it's at. And that's effectively how this landed where it is. An alternate idea would be to just lump sum it all together in one line. I like this one. I guess that's why I did it this way, is I liked it this way too. It has a little bit more substance to it because I can remember why we would do what we're doing.
Okay, on this area of park department, anything else?
Alderperson Smith, on the parks, as far as the capital expenditure, capital projects, is that a new expenditure proposal for park storage, $400,000? Clarify that as far as the intent. Under the parks in capital projects, they show an item there of 400,000. Give me the status of that proposal.
Mentioned, I don't know, Monday or last week, Mr. Berg. That was the idea to, build a storage facility to get the equipment out of the old recycling center near Glenn's. And also the really old facility that's at Riverside Park. So that number was just kind of created. Mr. Stevens had told me that the shed that's going up by the fire station was 280,000 or so. So we just came up with a number for potentially gonna build something that size or bigger, and with concrete, just put a number out there. Did not get a bid from anybody at all.
Yeah.
There are possibilities, of maybe updating the buildings that are there. There are some electrical concerns and things that need to be fixed in there, so maybe we chose to fix something in those buildings instead.
All right. Well, let me just make the point then that Alderperson Davis gave us an email just reminding us of some of the proposed levy increase on our general fund along with our debt. And it had some potential levy increases that were obviously viewed as being high and needing to be reconsidered, thought of in a different, more critical way. Now, $400,000 is a big number. And this again is borrowing, and borrowing is always the right approach on something that's going to be a long-term type of asset that we need as a city. So I don't have a problem with borrowing, but it's what we should borrow on, and if that's the best use of our borrowing. And I would rather put money into streets and do things that are going to have an improvement in that regard. I know we have buildings that are in some degree of neglect and deferred maintenance that are over by Katy Street, and I know they need attention and repair in order to continue to be used by the city, but they are assets we currently have, and I just am not on the side of looking at that as a justified new expenditure for borrowing. I'd rather spend the money on something else if I have to borrow, and I have other ideas when it comes time for that discussion, but I'm not in favor of that proposal, and if we're looking at these in their totality, and if we're incorporating the capital projects in these discussions, when we get to those categories of recreation parks and what have you, then I would like to ask that we delete that item from our consideration for next year's budget.
Okay, is that a motion?
It is, yeah.
Okay, a motion to delete the 400,000 in Fund 5 here. Under the park storage building. All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Alderman Lampy. Okay, discussion, yes?
So I think one of the things that's been a little confusing leading up to this has been the notation on our capital improvement schedule. I think this has been listed as the storage building Bonner Street, and I think we know it as the storage building around Hiawatha Street. So just in terms of trying to locate exactly which facility this is. I think one of the things that the mayor described is that this is essentially a replacement for two facilities. One of which I've had way too much experience with. We drive the city garbage truck across a bridge that may not last too much longer to an island. And then use that facility for some of the park items as we hold festivals out there. So there's a facility out there that has definitely outlived its use. It would not be cited in any way like this. We definitely not want to be in a position where we have to tell ourselves that we're going to have to replace a bridge. And get no facility out of that as well. So one of those areas is basically, we're living on borrowed time, basically, in terms of its use. The other building that we would essentially be looking to replace is more of the area. We've gone out to, pick up trees, or we've done any work with the watering cans downtown, or maybe that's just me. A lot of the city trucks out there have run out of road. And this is one of those investments like we did with the street department 18 years ago, like we did with the fire station recently, like we're doing with City Hall and the police vehicles, is to try to get some of our vehicles indoors so they don't rust out and age as fast as they do. So to me, this one's a little hard to swallow, yes, with the price tag, but I also think that it's a fantastic investment on especially a lot of our expensive moving equipment, to make sure that it stays moving for longer than otherwise would.
Anything else? Anybody else?
I would just say, Mr. Lampy, you make a compelling case, but I would say, but maybe not for this year.
Okay, anything further?
I know.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to ask, since this is your department, can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on in that facility?
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a facility study done a few years back, and it kind of pointed out, and we actually walked it, a bunch of department heads, walked it with our insurance company to go through, and he started off with the park shop, and quickly noted many safety issues, electrical issues, ventilation issues, lighting issues, many things that have been, it's deferred maintenance to the nth degree. Like, this is just what many of our facilities are dealing with currently. And quite honestly, my crew is in an area where they really shouldn't be. They don't have a proper break room. They don't have proper ventilation in their workshop. They don't have a wash bay. When they go to get to their lockers, they have to walk from one building outside into another building all the way across to get to their stuff. It's not conducive. So basically with this $400,000, we can do many different things with it. We could build another pole shed to actually get all of our equipment inside, the stuff from both of the places that you had mentioned, and everything that is currently sitting in our yard. We can get that inside, or we could make upgrades to the lighting, ventilation, the electrical, which are desperately needed. I do know, along with this 400,000, it was within that facility study was said that in 2029 we were going to merge the recreation department with parks and have it out at the Hiawatha / Bonner Street location. But that was slotted for 2029.
So this was a mayoral request to move this into this year's budget. What was the impetus about me? What's the bill right now?
The electrical there is pretty bad, so I'm concerned about the safety of the guys working there. Whether it's upgrades, building a building. They turn the electric on by with a fuse box, so with a circuit breaker. That's how there's no switches. Ventilation, if they're sharpening blades or doing welding, all those fumes are inside. Oh, the bay that's close to the north. I haven't seen in the winter time, but driveway swoops in, so there's water that goes into the area, and
freezes, so there's like 20 feet worth of ice inside the building, in the winter time it's real cold. The shower air doesn't work because they turn out leaks in the office. Air conditioning's got mold all over it. So. The only concern of the safety of them inside.
Was it insured when you walked through? Did they allow us to insure that building?
It's insured.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a question, from Mr. Stevens, or perhaps, Christine, but on a building like this that serves the park generally, is there any capacity to use any of the park improvement funds for that building?
Those could be used on, for just about anything that's park related.
Okay, I don't know, with the committee's permission, we're not there yet, but we were going to next go to park development, which is, page 63, it, kind of tied to this, and I don't know if you mind, because I'm kind of trying to pursue this current issue based on that future, budget section. You know,
I would be.
okay, that's on page 63. I guess I'd like to just inquire about this. We have an extraordinarily large, fund balance in this account. The anticipated fund balance, is listed for the end of the 26 calendar year to be 245,000. But we show a fund balance change for 2026 of 121,000, which I don't think is part of that, right?
That's correct.
So
Well,
that,
because of the new housing startups.
yes, and so that would be 367,000 that we have there. Now, the problem I have with this is that fund balance, I believe, is commingled. In other words, we've got park dedication fees, which are coming in, which are exclusively for the purposes of buying new park land, which is completely different from the park improvement fees, which are much more flexible in what we could use them for, and it's what I just asked Mark if that was something that could conceivably contribute to that building. But-
If I can interrupt, the gray page before page 63 is the cover sheet for this section.
Yeah,
Because this is one of those questioned accounts, I've got from our section code what it can be used for. So just the italicized verbiage there, all monies collected from fee revenues and interest earned imposed upon section A and B above shall be used solely for the purpose of paying the proportionate costs of providing public parks, playgrounds, open spaces, athletic fields, together with the supporting recreational facilities to expand and improve them that may become necessary due to increased land development within the city.
okay, yeah, that's helpful, and the potential use of the parkland improvement fees is something that I think holds out some prospect for this building. What's that?
With these fees, we also do have, as I used deferred maintenance prior in, talking about this $400,000, we also have deferred maintenance on all of our playgrounds.
What's that?
All of our playgrounds are in need of repair or in need of replacement. So that is on, also in the CIP for replacement of playgrounds starting, and I do have it placed every year from here on out. But we can use those funds for that, and there are many different things that we have to do. The AV compliance is not there for any of our playgrounds. And all of the playgrounds are currently in need of replacement.
Yeah.
So, I appreciate your creativity in that respect, but I do feel that that money should be used for the citizens and for the playgrounds and the parks that we currently have.
Okay, could you just let me know, are you keeping internal separate accounts for the dedication fees and the improvement fees? Because this fund balance is commingled.
Yep, we have, 4 different accounts that we keep track of. Whenever the money comes in, we keep that balance because it has to be used within 10 years, or it goes back to, the contractor, in some of those accounts. So we have a detailed line item of every money that's spent out of those.
Okay, so of that total fund balance of 367,000, how much of that is Parkland improvement?
I would have to look it up. I don't have those numbers. Readily
Because
available.
generally the park dedication fees are relatively small. I would assume the improvement account would be the overwhelming percentage of that fund balance.
Honestly, the park dedication fees, and all of that, because those are now coming back in. They weren't for a while, but now everything is coming back in, so I can't really speak to that, but I do know that, we did have more into our dedication account than we did in our improvements for quite a while. So that could be changing as of, the next year or so, but as of right now, that's where it's at.
So the point is, the Parkland improvement money could be used for the building, legally permissible, but you kind of have those funds earmarked for other kinds of Parkland improvements, replacements of the items you mentioned, things like that. And your recommendation is not to consider it for use for the building, even though it is a permissible expense.
Correct. I think that those funds would be better used for the community.
Okay.
Page 60, there's a full list of some of those park-related expenses that not covered, but it's above the 400,000 number that Mr. Berg started us with.
Yeah.
Alderperson Smith.
Yes, Alderman Berg.
Yep, I think Christine is on target with her opinion on the use of those fees in large part for doing preventive maintenance and proactive maintenance on our various parks to keep them in good repair. And you're right, there is a portion of those park dollars that are for park dedication, and I'm not right now either sure on what that amount is out of that total balance that you're making reference to. But I think the overall point that I'm making, and that I would think people on this finance committee should be sensitive to, is that we are going to again we're going to get into a discussion on the overall amount of borrowing that's going to impact on the debt levy. We're going to get into the general fund on the amount of levy. And we're both, all of us, I know, are sensitive to that, the overall impact and how big of a number it's going to end up being if we don't say no to some of the projects. And 400,000 is a large number. I'm on the side of doing preventive maintenance. These buildings we have clearly have been neglected, and you can make the case for why we need something new because we have electrical problems and things that need attention, and it's dangerous. And well, my view is to fix it and to allocate those dollars in a proactive type, more aggressive manner to deal with the assets we have for now. And at the right time, obviously new buildings are the right thing to do. I was our chairman for Public Works when we did build the Public Works building on First and Western. That was $3.5 million, and we did it, and it was the right approach, and we did it at the right time. I'm concerned about the amount of debt we're going to borrow, and I'm looking at big numbers, and 400,000 for me is a number that I feel we can take out. We can rededicate to what we currently have. And if we have to revisit this issue in a year or two or three, I'm obviously on the side of being open to that at that time. But now would be a good time to say no to an amount like this and to at least move in the right direction on the people that are raising concern about the debt levy amount that they are asking us to look at more critically. here's an example of where we can do something about it. Vote no and move in the right direction.
Okay,
I
I gotta get out of the development, the park development, topic and come back to the motion that's on the floor here. Alderman Davis.
want to speak to that. I thought we were doing Fund 5 tomorrow. And I lean towards supporting the motion on the table, but it seems like a piecemeal approach where we're voting something off today, but then we're not gonna look at it holistically tomorrow might not be the best approach. So if we vote on the motion that's on the floor, I guess I would need assurances that it would be fine should a miraculous amount of money, and it just seems right that we should have this building. We could always vote it back in, right? If something were to happen tomorrow or tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I think we're gonna have a kind of a omnibus meeting on Monday where all of these things are gonna be reviewable and, priorities set and,
But am I wrong in my understanding that tomorrow's the day we're tackling the capital projects fund?
well, see that's not on the agenda per se, and I thought we were looking at the Fund 5 entries as we went through each of the budgets that had Fund 5 related entries.
I thought we were asking questions, but I remember distinctly you said Thursday, just when we were doing.
Thursday, the bulk of Fund 5 is covered because of street infrastructure,
Okay,
but I would say both of you.
Are
would be
correct.
Correct.
we can revisit it on Thursday
Sure.
and we could cut.
Okay.
Because we haven't made very many motions at all to cut.
Yeah,
from capital
no,
fund.
I want it to come up when the right people are in the room.
Sure.
So that it's discussed. You know, I don't want them to have to come back on Monday to rediscuss something that could have
Monday?
happened.
Well, Monday also is gonna be down the road, but I think Thursday is gonna be the specific focus on Fund 5, because overwhelming amount of Fund 5 is public works stuff.
Right.
Okay, I guess that's what we do. You want to call the motion, because I think we got a vote to
I
come.
do not, actually, there's 4 numbers on here, but actually, there's 3 numbers on here, but we almost need a 4th one. So if you look at the capital improvement, the 5-year plan, we got 400,000, which was penciled into our Iowa. So I don't want to imply that it was just the mayor pulling this number out somewhere. We actually did have this on a 5-year plan. 400. We have the building that we're expecting to build, and it looks like it's on the scale of what we currently have for the street department, coming for about 4 million in 2029. So 3 years from now, that's also on our 5-year plan. And then we have an entry here that talks about repairs to existing building being 422, which is more than the new construction. So the 4th number I'd almost ask for is we've identified a number of things that are potentially very hazard causing. So the ice flowing into the building, the unsustainable electrical. Do we have something that just addresses like the life safety and hazard items in those buildings? Do we have a number that encapsulates that amount of work?
We can get it, but not currently.
Like how fast?
I mean, I could try, when do you need it by, what's your deadline? Monday? I could see what I could do. I could see what I could do.
That's a part I'm interested in, is there some other number of the 400,000 we could plug in there? And then I also want to say that I'm not necessarily opposed to some of the transfer from 7. I think that's creative, and as I'm reading your preamble, supporting structures and facilities
We're good.
were fed.
But so too, remember the rest of the list.
Yes.
Christine's got it laid out there.
Done.
Okay,
I think to answer your question, my response would be, no matter what we come up with, we could spend it. And so you want to spend 100,000, you want to spend 200,000.
No, what I
And
want.
that's the amount of safety we could improve upon. You know, 100,000 easy for the electrical alone. But I mean, if you did 200,000 without much effort, I think we could spend 200,000 and get the building safe.
Well, yes, I want a very clear answer. I mean, like, what's the amount of money we need to spend to make sure our employees are safe? Because I'm hearing that they are working in unsafe conditions, and that's an amount that I'll look at.
Well, I will say that the amount that's in the budget for 2029 would probably do it.
No. I mean, is there a number less than 400,000
Oh,
that addresses the existing structure? It's the electrical, it's the ice flows or whatever it is we've identified as immediate hazards to employees. Like that is the number as an alternate. I want to make sure we're addressing the safety.
I can get that number to you by Monday.
Okay, obviously there are other issues relating to not only this capital account, but obviously the broader part topic that still remains, but we got a motion. The motion is to remove the $400,000 from the 26 budget. Anything else on that? Okay, roll call here. Jonathan,
Yes.
So the motion is to remove it.
to remove it.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Alderman Berg.
Yes.
Okay, then. That's been approved, and that is, unless there's something else, we're done with the general budget, park section and, the capital part of that, and then we still have this park development account, which is, on page 6. 60, what, 63? Okay, 63, park development, and, the question that I guess I had to follow up with, okay, you said that of that amount that we're not sure how much it is, but some significant part of the fund balance of 367,000 is capital, is Parkland improvement, that you had a number of identified areas where you were hopeful of using that money. You mentioned playgrounds. Back in that capital account that we were looking at, there's $200,000 for playground replacements. Is that something that you're planning to use this Parkland improvement money for?
Yeah, so I'm using the improvement money for, the ADA compliance portion of it. Currently, all of our playgrounds are inset, so, to get somebody in a wheelchair or walker or some type of rolling device, you just can't do. So I am looking to remove all of the inset, put in a nice walk path, concrete path around all of the playgrounds, and then, get it up to ADA compliance standard. So that's the start of that, and the 36,500 in there currently is what that is for, to start on playground and get that completed. The 200,000 is just a playground replacement, with surfacing.
Okay, so within the broader category of the playground replacements, there's a certain amount that would be non-ADA, and that would be funded out of the 200,000, and then in those replacement parks, we also are gonna fund ADA projects with capital, with Parkland improvement money.
Be a joint effort. So what I would want to do is the playgrounds that we currently have are not currently ADA compliant. With those, we would make a section of that playground actually ADA compliant, so kids can, parents, grandkids, grandparents can all play on these structures, but it won't be fully, accessible. So there'll be portions of it that are accessible, but it'll be on a surfacing that is accessible for all. And then with the 36,500, I wanted to put in the concrete barrier around the border, around the outside, to just make a nice pathway, sitting area, kind of upgrade our playgrounds a bit.
Okay, we basically have more of an accounting page here with this park development account, and actually, I think that it reflects very favorable results of, provisions that were made part of our code a long time ago, which is the required payment by developers, either in parkland or in payments in lieu of the parkland, and a significant amount for parkland improvement. And the more these, and we've talked about the new homes and all of the things relating to improving the tax posture, for the city, but what this reflects here, just in 2026, is in those two accounts, $150,000. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of things that are going to be coming in, which makes the prospect of meaningful improvement in parks quite likely as a result of the revenues that will come in with these new homes. And as you can see, there already is a quite substantial fund balance there. Anything else people would like to note, or anything they'd like to make as a motion relating to the park development account?
I would
Just a point of
suggest on page
clarification.
6.
I'm sorry,
No, no.
just a minute, Alderman Berg, I'll be back with you. Finish mine.
On page 60, because of that list, being part of what we're borrowing money for, are there any of these items that you would suggest would move, including the $200,000 playground replacements, to development parks? If you look at the developer parks, although we don't have that allocation, and I've made myself a note to ask Christine so I can add it to the page, so we'll know in the future years what those allocations are.
Yes.
Without even knowing that, I know that we're looking at the park improvement fees, the -15 income account, and you'll look at 158 in the current year plus 125 assumed in the next year. We've got about $280,000 that would not be part of the dedication fees because it's new money.
Right. I think that the revenue stream is going to continue and accelerate for that account to keep a large fund balance when we have this type of need, or fund this type of need with borrowing through our annual budgets, I think is not the way to go. I think what we should do is identify areas in parkland improvement and specify that its use of the or the completion of that those improvements be funded by parkland improvement money, and then continue to use money that comes in for that purpose, rather than just build up a large fund balance for that. So yeah, and there are several of those different areas for 2026, which I thought would have been good candidates for that type of funding. But I also don't want to interfere with what Christine has already earmarked in areas where that would also be appropriate funding source.
Alder Smith, one of the things that I wanted to make sure we have nearby, and I don't know that I necessarily have a copy of it with me here, was basically the parks study that we just approved at council. One of the things that makes me a little hesitant to dig too deep into this particular fund is that identified a couple of park improvements that are going to be part of these new housing developments. So at least one along the river. I think there's a traditional park going up, and I think there might be a third one that I'm not even thinking about right now. But there was basically 3 promised park developments.
Edgefield.
Yes, that's the small one.
It was, okay. So there were estimates for what that was needed, that came out of the, that 5-year study. I don't know if that's fully incorporated into our looking at the CIP yet.
Not for this year.
For
this coming year.
is the 5-year capital improvement plan,
Right.
but I want to see
No.
capital improvement plan
Yeah.
5-year.
We
I
don't
got
have
the
them yet,
picture.
so
Video going.
But that will help fill in the rest of the notes that we would need basically to say to be drawn here. draw from there. Last year, I think maybe I was the author of a little creativity piece on this part. There was some money that we grabbed from somewhere, basically to fund a park study.
Yeah, and that's where,
That's where one of the funds, I believe it was the dedication fund, because you can use that for park development studies as well.
Yeah, so I don't wanna say I'm completely close to the idea of using that, but I want to also understand more about what the developments that we're bringing online, which are contributing to this fund, what they're also expecting out of this fund on the other side. And
Well, one
I
thing
hate to get
is,
into to-dos, but
No,
I think we have to surface that.
well, I think probably we need some department input with recommendations along the line of apportioning that. One thing I'm pretty certain of is that all of those parks are not gonna have any cost associated with that because they didn't come in with park dedication fees. They came in with land dedicated, which is gonna be exclusive from this. So the parks are gonna be there at the time that the development is at that point of moving forward. So the question becomes, as they come in, what is the timeline for developing them? And what is the proposed type of improvement that each of those parks are going to be scheduled for? And once we know that, I think we'll be able to make a better estimate both of how the existing funding can be used or apportioned between current permissible expenditures and those new parks. And then also continue to look at what that revenue stream is likely to be. I mean, we've quantified what the valuation aspect of that would be. Wouldn't be hard to quantify what the Parkland improvement tally is going to be with estimates of what annual development will be. So I'd say that would be a good topic initially for the department and the Park and Rec Commission. And then I think the items that are left in here, if it reaches the point where we're thinking about either deleting them or moving them to a different year or something of that order, maybe have some idea if any of them could be funded through use of some amount of that improvement fund.
Alderperson Smith.
Yes, Alderman Berg, I was supposed to get back to you earlier, sorry.
No, I was gonna make the point that Alderperson Lampe did make in general that just as a point of clarification, the parkland improvement fees and how they can be used, I want to be able to have the benefit of being able to allocate some portion of those for existing park related improvements that we feel would be appropriate for those fees. And if we can use them in that way, that can clearly save some decent dollars that we can then help some of our budget issues that we're trying to address. But I know that with the new areas that are being potentially developed in areas that we've approved in this last year, that those areas are going to generate new dollars. But then there's also going to be at some point a need for park development, and there's going to need to be improvements for those parks. So it is something that we have to obviously use wisely, and those dollars we have are decent amount, but they can go quickly. And I think Christine has a pretty good handle of existing parks that need attention, and where we can use those dollars, and that would be ideally a big benefit to our budget. But the ability to do it is something that I'm not real clear on, and I'm just asking for confirmation of what we can do with those improvement fees and on existing areas of need versus new development.
Yeah, Mark kind of referred us to, a statutory definition of permissible expenditures, which is at the front of this, section.
Very good. Thank you.
It's one page right in front of 63. And, they're pretty broad categories, so, you know, it's pretty hard to envision anybody saying that something that contributes to the improvement of the parks wouldn't be a qualifying expenditure. Almost anything, I think, would qualify.
Good. Thank you.
Anything else on this Parkland development account? Okay, the last thing we got is the Town Square Future Fund. That's 93, page 93. Too many numbers. Bad. Okay, questions or comments on this budget? Oh, Lampy?
I hope I'm not pointing out the obvious here, but if we look at the expected fund balance change in page 94 versus the fund balance, the proposed budget by the mayor is going to drive that down to 37,200. So we're either looking at major operational changes in 2027, or that major operational changes in 2026 to avert major operational changes to 2027. This is a fund that, as we're currently budgeting, but we're not doing that transfer over from the general fund, is going to essentially be depleted after this year.
Any, anything else relating to this Town Square Fund?
Is that the, you're me asking, is that the purpose of that?
Is that
The purpose of moving it into the fund, the future fund? To
Is-
remove it,
moving what? Yeah.
the position?
Moving the positions, and the question was, is that the purpose for what?
For moving the position into the future fund was to deplete the balance and then remove the position for 27.
I don't know what the plan is for 27, but I would assume, and certainly the mayor's here to address it, that the funding approach is to try to keep our general fund sustainable and funding as many things from non-levy uses as possible. That's what I think the 26 picture is. Yes.
So we're talking about the salaries that are listed at 26, 55, 40 associated accounts. Those were moved into the future fund, I believe, in 2024, if I'm reading this right.
Couple years ago.
So
It was a dual, payment in 23, and then in 24, it was all moved over, but there were contributions from the general fund, so it's been like clean this year.
Right, and so, one of the concepts that we had worked on in previous finances was essentially redoing contributions from the general fund to a couple of different accounts. And in fact, this is, back in the day, we would say this is how the library kind of worked too. We covered salaries and benefits with employees, and so we had a full-time economic manager, full-time square programmer. So those were fully covered by a transfer from Fund One, which is the contribution that we see here in 24, in 25, but not in 26. So the position's there, the contribution is not.
And I guess what the future holds, I don't think any of us know. It depends on what approach is taken with the town square. Conceivably, it could operate very similarly to other nonprofits where there's a additional push for fundraising that then helps to supplement the salary. That's a change of direction. But conceivably, it could operate that way. I would say, I don't know if anyone would agree with me, where a part of the goal of the salaried person would be to essentially either fundraise or do events that helps to pay for the position. But I don't know what the future holds, to be honest. I do know that we have decided as a finance committee that we can no longer sustain this position as part of our general fund operating fund.
And one thing I think that is not present in this budget would be the benefit of any fundraising. Early on, when this position was funded by the city and in different configurations over those early first 2 years, there was the expectation that there would be a substantial amount of fundraising, which would contribute as revenues to what would be the ongoing expenses. But I have never seen any evidence of fundraising. Certainly no revenue in the budget to suggest that that's been ongoing. And that is a departure from the understanding that the council had at the time that the position was created and the funding approach was established. And I think if that were to change, I think it would markedly change the potential for a more flexible approach to the future.
I just have one comment on that. We do fundraise and we give sponsorships and donations for a majority of the events that we host. Many of them are in the black because we do fundraise so well. The only thing we don't fundraise for is a position.
Exactly.
So we have been fundraising and we have been, and actually that's the reason why this bottom line is still at where it's at, because we have been fundraising and we haven't been dialing it down, and we have been making sure that we are offsetting the cost of our events with those donations and those sponsorships.
My
Right.
question would be though,
Alderperson,
there's no indication of that for 2025 at least.
And
Alderperson Smith.
it is, I'll get to you in just a second, Alderman Berg. I think, and I don't have the numbers in front of me now, but from having reviewed them previously, I think it is a substantial percentage of the event costs, which are the dollars that you're referring to, that they've been raised, or sponsorships, or many different things have presented a revenue stream for offsetting the cost of the events. That's not what I'm talking about. When the position was approved, it was specifically intended that the fundraising over and above that aspect of the events was that the position would be fundraised for. And it's my recollection that the expectation was 50%.
Yes, I don't recall that. I do remember the fight for this position when it first came to light, so, but I don't recall the 50%.
So
Excuse me?
it looks like there was town square revenue non-taxable is projected to be about almost 2,100 or 1,000. And then town square revenue taxable at about 10,000. That, you are correct, helps to offset the event expenses, but it doesn't provide any additional funds for the upkeep, the electricity, or any improvements that need to be made. So we're fundraising for events, and that seems to be offset, but there's more costs involved.
But this is considered a park, so technically all of these supplies, the advertising, the repairs, especially the repairs, the electricity and the water shall be part of the parks department because it is a park. And so it should technically be enveloped into that. And I understand that we can't, that's not something that we can do at this time, but from the course of this starting, I feel like there should have been a percentage that was coming out of this fund and going into the Parks Department to allow for that, so that we can eventually, when this fund runs out, maintain this park under our budget, which we will be able to do, which I have been saying for a few years now.
I have
Alderperson Smith.
deferred, Alderman, and he is online here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderperson Smith. And I do want to give credit to Christine on her looking at that issue here with the funding of this position and how she'd like to, going forward, maybe incorporate some of these expenses like electricity and water and other things that she feels are appropriate to go into her overall budget. That is being very foresighted in the way she's looking at this for a continuation of operation. But I'm also trying to understand, because if I look at the $132,000 in the red, where we're going to use the fund balance for a continuation of operations in 2026. Does that, if I'm just clear, that looks like 37,000 that'll be roughly left over at the end of this year. And if that's true, then our person in that position now, she's really got this year to obviously do a different approach on how she takes on her job duties. If she wants to be in that position after this year, then she's going to have to do things in a lot different way, where she's going to end up raising revenues to keep her in that position going forward. But if Mayor Stocks can be helpful on helping to clarify his intent, because he put this part of the budget together, and I roughly understand, but if he can add anything just to give us a good clarity, because it looks like our position in there now, the lady that's running the program, Stephanie Jules, she's going to have this year to turn things around financially and raise revenue that's not there now, along with modifications through Christine by taking on maybe some of these operation costs into the park budget. It will have a chance to hopefully keep that person in this position, but in a different way. But it's unknown at this time, and I'm in favor of what we're doing, but I'm just trying to get clarity that this apparently is a 1-year type of status, where this may not allow for her to stay in that position after this year. Is that true or not?
Well, I think Alderman Davis hit the nail on the head when she said that there are certain things that are pretty evident in this year's budget, but that the future is very, very difficult to speculate on, especially as it relates to something as focused as this. So I could not answer you, and I don't know that any of us can.
All right.
Alderman Lampy.
I feel actually differently in terms of what this presents for the future. I think as stated, this, as I started with my remarks, this essentially depletes the bulk of the fund in 2026, ensures that we can't run it in any way that we're running it now in 2027. The other part of that is, as the park director is trying to identify here, there are some recurring costs that go along with the park no matter what. And I'm just gonna try adding these up. So if you have the 17 repairs, you got the 5K supplies, you have 2 for electricity, you have the new number, which has come down from years past of water at about 7.5. I think all of those things together are around $32,000. So if you go back to the calculation that I had at the beginning and the same one that Mr. Berg had a second ago, that's $37,000 for 2027. And after that, assuming no fundraising at all takes place because you have no personnel doing that, then the fund will absolutely hit zero at the end of 2027. So to me, the future is easy to project as it pertains to this fund.
Well, I think the issue is, are we gonna try to project the future based on the status quo? Or is the future something that can substantially be formed according to changes that occur in the interim? Because you're right, if nothing changes, the numbers don't lie. But there are a number of different approaches to this that could very well open up different scenarios for the future. Okay, we have run through the agenda. I'm not sure if there's anything else we want to talk about. Most of the things that are still left to be resolved are already scripted for a different day.
I want to give to you, I realize it's 8:21. I want to give to you a follow-up from last Monday's meeting. And then one other handout that I'll explain. I do also have a revision of the transit system, but because of time, that could be something that we shrug off until.
I did, realize why I'm struggling with Fund 5 is because I think a good approach would be for us to decide our borrowing limit and then go through and do the evaluation and the cuts. And that's why I think I'm struggling. Maybe that's something we don't do till Monday.
I thought Mark was trying to get us pointed in that direction.
Yes, you are.
That's right.
Yes, right.
Yep.
So I think that's the first question. How much does this committee want to borrow? I know you do. Yeah,
No, I'll typically be on my side.
yes,
So, Yes.
I'm aware,
yes.
and we're on the level.
So when is the plan for? Because it's true, we're going to have a very difficult time dealing with the capital budget without knowing what we're.
Right, so I think tomorrow you start with that conversation, because that leads then directly into the obvious.
Yeah.
You've got $2.5 to $3 million of capital infrastructure. That's the bulk of your money. So
Yeah.
it needs to be something that is at the front end of that conversation.
Well, the mayor knows, and I am not going to be here tomorrow, and I'm not going to be available for online presence. So I'll simply tell you if it would be helpful.
Yes,
I'm in favor of borrowing $5 million, not 4.5. And I am taking that position with the goal of using the additional money for additional street work. To simplify.
Or,
that's Mr. Berg. I guess maybe we should have a discussion. That's your,
I think we can have a live discussion if we essentially defer those decisions until Monday.
Monday, I will be here and pick up on all that was accomplished on Thursday. To let you know, there's a annual birthday event. My daughters take me up to the Dells to celebrate, and that concludes being on my.
Okay, you want to hear the summary?
Yes.
Okay, so.
And Mr. Burke here?
Yeah,
Can you hear Ken?
yes, I can.
Okay,
Okay, and I sent this to Ken, so he has a copy of it, knowing that he was not gonna be here physically. Fred and Ken, you're not accustomed to seeing this kind of approach. This is what I've done in my position to kind of give us a running total, a tally, if you will, to know how things are happening. So I don't want to go line by line. I just want to highlight that, oh, okay, here's all of the motions that were made on Monday, and the original budget, the modified budget, and then there's a column that's called Impact to Fund 1 bottom line. And you'll see that there are some rows that are not impacting Fund 1 line, because then if you go to the far left column, you see that the account numbers don't start with a 1. So obviously those don't have an impact on what we're looking to measure, which is what's the impact on general fund. So that's why that column has some numbers in it and it won't have some numbers in it. And so I've got those listed for you there, all under 101325. Now I need to bring to your attention that in the period of since Monday, there were 2 final numbers that I was looking for from the state that have come in on shared taxes and services to state facilities. So I'm bringing to your attention that I need to modify those 2 numbers that are both revenue-based numbers that impact the bottom line, but not the expenditure restraint. Okay, so those are listed there as informing you of what the state has filled in the blanks. And those are the final 2 numbers that I needed to expect from the state. But this is the time of the year that they're released. I didn't have them because they didn't give them to us until literally Monday, Monday of this week. So the bottom, then I've got the 2 revisit list so that we know where it is. I just placed it in 1016. Not that it would be on 1016, it'll more than likely be Monday, that those are revisited for that. And then on the bottom, the net impact on the bottom line as it relates to the fund balance impact is a total subtotal right now of 35,779. The mayor's original budget number is 791. So it's to the good, reducing the 791 to 755. Okay, does that make sense?
mm-hmm.
And then for expenditure restraint, we started with an available fund of 12,771, and the changes up above that are non-revenue, the expense lines, give to us an additional 42,988. So the amount of money available within spending, the expense side of the equation, is 55,759. Okay.
I have one more that I had in the visit list.
Okay.
That was 516020. That was the computer supplies for HR. That was the $5,000 to the 4,500.
Tell me that number again.
It's 01516020. That's when we were looking for the clarification if we had a discounted price or if we were paying full price. It was like a $500 difference.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that actually under the HR section?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't have the answers yet for that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
The question went to Lisa She has actually two questions for us to answer, to be answered. And I don't have the answers for either of those yet. Yeah, I haven't forgot them. It's just they're in Lisa's hands.
I think we picked up 3 tonight.
Yes,
That's
PD wages for captain, municipal building and fire 2%. Is what I have on my ad. Okay, then, for what it's worth, Mr. Arnett made a comment when, the question on building safety zoning vehicle request. His, follow-up, or his comment was, that the fleet of the city should be able to afford, a vehicle within the ranks of the vehicles. So I've given to you what our vehicle fleet is.
You all,
So this is our list. Obviously, this includes things like ambulances and fire trucks too. Trash trucks, you know, things that obviously only have one purpose. But yes, this is the insured list currently for what we own.
is there any thought or is there a practice of going and checking out a car from a fleet? I need a car today, so of consolidating cars. And what are your thoughts about the feasibility of that? To some degree, not everybody, some people are gonna need a car every day.
When I need to use a car to attend a conference or whatever, which is not all that often, I have the ability to tap into the engineering cars outside of summer months. Okay, so if I have a conference to attend in September, which I do every year, I drive my own vehicle because there is no car for me tomorrow. That's not true outside of summer months. I can tap into an engineer car because the interns are not here working. We don't have the field work with the streets projects and whatnot. So I know of 2 cars that out of 8 months of the year are available. To be honest, and we've not ever, I've not had the conversation with the mayor, and I would say that we've not had this conversation with departments since I've been here. But I would admit to you, I look at the health department and wonder about a fleet of, I think they've got 8 vehicles. And they do admit, surely you're not using all 8 vehicles all the time. So I don't know.
2 listed here though, unless they're under inspection.
For health,
A lot of it.
Oh, am I reading this backwards? Yes, I'm sorry.
the totals are under each.
Oh, okay, yes, I was
Yeah.
reading it backwards, thank you.
Yep. So they've got a crop of escapes that you see in their parking lot. When he made that comment, that's the department I guess I jumped to right away. Because they are cars
Park
outside of,
utility vehicle, like.
yeah, special purpose type vehicles that, no, I'm not gonna jump in a pickup truck and, you know,
Yeah.
cherry pick.
As you look closer, a lot of these are not, they're workhorses.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's not the general fund that has purchased the health
Right.
department
Yeah.
cars.
Yeah.
And also,
And again, we do
Well, that's
some
helpful.
some sharing between water, streets and other departments.
yeah, water and wastewater share, I'm not sure they share outside of those departments. But they've got a lot of, you know, traipsing around town, all of the water towers and whatnot, they're in vehicles all the time. No,
On closer inspection is reasonable.
so.
We take a dump truck to a conference or was that?
Maybe.
Garbage truck, take a garbage truck or ambulance?
Not to think, take a snowplow in the
So,
summertime,
yeah.
because
some of those vehicles you can't really drive in town normally.
You know, the interesting, this is just for what it's worth, it doesn't matter. Not on this list are the street sweepers because they're not considered vehicles that are insured or licensed. I didn't, I asked the insurance company a year ago, it's like, wait a minute, you're missing our street
Yep.
sweepers.
That'll probably come up when we get back to, TV arguments.
Yeah,
So that's not gonna be good.
so street sweepers could be borrowed.
All right. Well,
Well, a good night and,
who's still online?
Suggested an
You
adjournment.
gotta do a German yet, Mr. Smith.
Ken is,
Oh, we have to adjourn.
You have a German.
well, I think we, are done unless there's something else somebody thinks we should do right now, but then Van moves.
A motion.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, there you go.
I'll
Who'd like to
second
make
it.
second?
I did it.
You did?
I think Kennedy's just. seconded
Okay,
as
let's,
well.
debate that.
Hi.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're
Aye.
adjourned.
Okay, Ken, good night, Ken.
It's unanimous.
Yeah, good night, everybody. Thank
Hey,
you.
enjoy your vacation.
See you tomorrow, okay? Happy anniversary,
Yeah.
by the way.
So,
Yeah, thank you, Robert. We did well last night, but tonight was a little bit different. We had this 4-hour meeting sort of took